Machine overflow. Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show?
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Alabama with a big win in basketball at Auburn over the weekend. They could be and likely should be number one in the country when the new AP poll comes out in 2 hours. We'll talk about that coming up. In fact, Nate Oats is on this very show later today. He'll be with us at 12:30ish, 12:35 Central Time. We'll talk to Alabama's coach after the big win down at Neville Arena with game day in town this past weekend. We'll get to that, everything else that's going on in college football, and a lot more, including the slippery turf out in Arizona. But we start with just the outcome of the Super Bowl, where the Chiefs have done it again. Kansas City beats Philadelphia 38-35, and there are a lot of things to break out of this, but just initially, Mahomes is your MVP again. The Chiefs win, and it was a very entertaining Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, it was a great Super Bowl, and I know everything's going to get marred by that one call at the end there, which I didn't like. I don't think a lot of people liked it. I guess it depends on what side you were on. Again, I lose a Super Bowl, 4-21 over my last 25. I just can't pick one of these things.
Are you sadder about that? Do you think the Eagles in Philadelphia are? I mean, that's elite stats. Sorry, Philadelphia. I know it's a bad loss for you guys, but I am 4-21 in my last 25 picks. Weird stat to drop right off the top right there.
No, it is, but it's just it's uncanny. It doesn't matter who I have. You know, like having the Seahawks against Tom Brady and the Patriots.
Right.
And that terrible play call that ended up being the interception. Having the Falcons with a 28-3 lead. It's just – it really is amazing how I lose these games.
Have you thought about not picking a Super Bowl?
Yeah, but, you know, when – and here's the thing, and I kind of told some people this, like fade me on the side and play my props.
Okay,
yeah,
there you go.
My props ended up not being great. They went 4-4 because Philadelphia didn't show up defensively because I had over sacks and then I had Hassan Reddick to have one sack. How does Philadelphia not have one sack after having 70 this year?
Two best pass rushing teams in the NFL, and there were very few sacks in that game. It was kind of weird.
A lot of holds, though.
I think that's one of the storylines was the Chiefs' offensive line. You know, in 2022, the Eagles' sacks were third best in NFL history. That team really good at sacking the quarterback, and they couldn't get to Mahomes all day long. And the one time they did pressure him, he ran it on one of the biggest plays of the game.
Forrester has just realized 28-3 was Lance's fault.
It was, yeah. I apologize.
Lifelong Falcons fan, Scott Forrester.
I'll say this. Before the fourth quarter, though, I thought it was interesting. We were having a discussion that even in a loss, I had a feeling coming out at halftime, we talked about this, that Philadelphia is up 10. It felt like they should be up 21. If you would have taken the strip sack away, they would have been up 17, but you can't take that away. They're only up 10 at half. It felt like Kansas City getting the ball. If they go down and score, Philadelphia's in trouble. It's exactly what happened. But even in that moment, you still thought Jalen Hurts in a loss could be your MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I just that Hurts fumble. I mean, Hurts played such a good game. But that one fumble was the single biggest play of the game. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that because Philadelphia dominated that first half.
I have it as the second biggest play of the game.
Behind what?
Behind the punt return?
The biggest play of the game to me was the Kadarius Toney punt return. Then I had the fumble to Nick Bolton, and then the hold at the end, which James Bradbury, Sanford star, admits he held him. He didn't. He thought it was such a small tug that it wouldn't get called. You see the picture there and James's reaction there. Hey, you know, I did hold him. I was hoping it wouldn't get called, but I had to make that move there. So those were the three biggest to me: Kadarius Toney, the Nick Bolton fumble, and then the hold that everyone is hanging their hat on.
On the hold, and I appreciate James Bradbury manning up and saying I did it, but on the hold,
I'm going to disagree with him though.
Well, I mean, you know,
you didn't hold.
Here's what made it worse, though, Lance, is it was clear. I think Mahomes was just throwing that ball away. Like that hold did not prevent Smith-Schuster from getting to that ball. Mahomes was under pressure, threw it over Smith-Schuster's head so he doesn't get a grounding.
That's right.
And knew I'm throwing it out of the back of the end zone or really the side of the end zone. If by some miracle Smith-Schuster gets there, maybe we get a catch out of it. But this is a throwaway. And I think that's what – like if that ball hits right in front of Smith-Schuster and he immediately throws his hands up, I think you're like, oh, okay, I can see a hold.
Yeah,
but the fact it was a throwaway made it even more difficult to swallow.
Yeah, he overthrew him by 15 yards. Now, I did hear an official this morning that was talking about Pat Mahomes knew what he was doing. He saw the hold. That's why he threw it in that direction.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if I believe that or not.
Well, he did point. He did point initially, pretty quick in that. So I don't know if he did or did not. But that's why hold's important, because if it's pass interference, it would have been a non-catchable ball, to your point.
Yeah,
because it was a
so.
throwaway and he wasn't going to get to it.
Yeah.
So if they'd called pass interference, if the ball had been in the air already, it would have been pass interference, and they'd have been like not catchable.
I think everybody just wanted to see, Casey Butker probably hits that field goal.
That's right.
Yeah, and so they're up 38-35, but you've got 90 seconds and a timeout with Jalen Hurts and the way he was playing. I just think we would have been in for an incredible ending. I don't know what would have happened.
Yeah, could they have gotten in field goal range? Could they have scored a touchdown? Would the Chiefs made a stop? That was the drama we wanted after what was a fantastic football game.
I believe we would have gotten overtime, and again, it just depends. If Kansas City gets the ball in overtime, they win. Because Kansas City couldn't be stopped in the second half. But just a tremendous game, and really you hate that holding call. Actually was one of the things that decided that. I agree with you, though, the Kadarius Toney, the terrible punt. I mean, just a line drive.
Siposs, I mean, that was a huge difference in the game, and Greg Olsen immediately called it out and said, this all started with a bad line drive punt by Siposs. And then when you're able to reverse field and you got all those blockers set up, I will give him credit, though. He got blocked trying to make the tackle initially. He actually ends up making the tackle down on like the 3 or whatever, so at least he hustled and tried to make up for his mistake there.
What really sucks is we love for officiating to not even talk about officiating. And I think up until that call, we probably wouldn't.
Yeah, they had not called many penalties.
There were, a lot of missed calls or calls you could have made, because I saw a lot of holds. We talked about it. We were watching, pre-show in the prep room, and we saw that one return by Toney, and we were talking about, there were multiple block in the backs. At least it looked that way.
Right.
But there were only 9 penalties called the entire game.
And I'm okay with that. Really, it was replay that took the big focus because of the replay of the Devontae Smith catch, no catch, and then the Dallas Goedert catch, no catch. I mean, those two replays there, the one on the initial touchdown, that was clear. I mean, he was clearly down before the end zone. But those were bang plays that, even Mike Pereira in the booth's like, I don't think they got that right. I mean, those were not clear. And those, the Dallas Goedert, that stood, right? I'm trying to remember how that one stood.
Yeah, and that's why I don't believe this, conspiracy, NFL's fixed. I've never believed that.
Right.
But, a lot of people are saying that today. I got a lot of texts last night. Of course, it was people, I'm sure, pulling for Philadelphia.
Yeah, not with that call. I mean, you don't – yeah, that's not the kind of call you make.
No,
I don't being fit.
No, I think it's just saying if it was,
Goddard,
you could have overturned that easily.
Yep.
Who was it Gainwell on the catch that got reviewed on the fumble?
Where he takes the step. I didn't think that was a catch.
No, I didn't either, but I'm saying
I thought they got that right,
if you had a fix in.
That's right,
you could have gone
Could
with
have
it.
easily called Devontae's a catch. I mean, it was bang.
Yeah.
I mean, they called it a catch on the
field. So replay was a bigger factor than the officiating.
Yeah. I asked in a poll question, Cowan Equipment poll question. LT will tell you about Cowan Equipment in just a second. You're hearing a bunch about not at that moment in the game about the call. What was your thoughts on the holding call at that point of the game? First 1,148 votes. Right call, 22%, 78% say wrong call there. And that goes back to a phrase you hate all the time, at that point in the game. Well, you can't make that call at that point in the game. And you always say,
if it's a penalty at the 14-minute mark, how's it not a penalty with 14 seconds?
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And I wonder, and I do, Brown, I wonder if that gets called if it's in the first quarter.
You think they were more likely to call it because it was late in the game?
Yeah, it just seemed
Which
like...
is the reverse of what most people say.
I think they were looking for it. And our, we'll have Dan Orlovsky on again this week. When do we have him?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, and I heard him this morning talking about it, and he made a great point. And, boy, they got in a heated argument, him and Ryan Clark and Bart Scott, because he said, look, there was almost a similar play in the first quarter or the second quarter where Juju was held.
100%.
Yeah, and they didn't throw it there. And if you're going to let them play, you're playing to the way they're officiating a game.
Yeah, at least be consistent.
And I've always believed that the DBs throughout the game are just like a pitcher in baseball. If you're giving me one ball off the outside corner, well, heck, that's where I'm going to throw the baseball.
That's right. And to Lance's point, because I brought up the fact that there were no sacks in this game hardly, and you said there were a lot of holds.
A lot of holds.
Yeah, but if they're letting both sides do that, at least they're consistent.
That's right.
I mean, that's all I really want is consistency. Now, look, we've learned this from the college fans in our market and that consume our show. They never see it that way. They never like, well, at least they're not calling hold on what he said. They always get held, and they never hold. Like, I get that. I get that a fan thinks the other team always holds and my team never holds. But as long as they're not calling a hold on either side, I'm okay with them just be consistent so my tackle knows how he can play the game,
That's
right?
And my DBs know how they can play the game.
Yep.
And Landmine Believer, great game ruined by a ticky-tack call there. That's over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. El Tigre says, morning, y'all. After that 25-yard Hail Mary pass, Jalen Steele built by Bama, LOL.
What?
It did come up a little short there.
It made
What a
no
terrible
sense.
play. Why are you not throwing something underneath and trying to pitch it around?
No idea. And you've got a quarterback that would be great in that situation. Get it to A.J. Brown, get it to Devontae. You've got so many weapons on that offense. And, when he loaded up, I thought we were going to see him launch at about 70 yards.
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened.
Bobby says, El Tigre coming out firing because we all know how bad the Bammers wanted to hang a banner for Jalen. They'll just replace it with an SEC basketball regular season one, Bobby.
Boom.
Cowan Equipment bringing you the poll questions today, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Cowan.com.
All right, before we get to some post-game sound, Taylor and Forrester and everyone just wants to get to this quickly. Post-game celebration, Patrick Mahomes going to be a Hall of Famer someday, and he's got a brother problem.
Well, he's got Fredo, and they need to take him out to the lake and put a bullet in him.
You think Fredo
Here
needs to
he
go
is
fishing?
on TikTok.
That's awful.
Trophy presentation.
Yeah, make it about me as much as I can.
He's doing this.
Yeah.
Doing a little dancing.
I had to Google this morning. And
Does he have a job?
That's what I Googled this morning. Jackson Mahomes' job. You know what his job is?
He's an influencer
He's an
on TikTok.
influencer, yeah, which means he's unemployed.
That's right. And also means he's probably making more money than he knows what to do with it.
mean,
But off his brother's back. I mean, if his brother's not an NFL quarterback, this guy's pumping gas somewhere.
I'm telling you, it's not going to end well. We know that Aaron Rodgers doesn't speak to his family.
Yeah.
They are going to have it out because this is not fair what he's doing. It's just not.
Well, it's even worse because, Super Bowl interviews last forever. They last forever. Those things get brought back forever. Patrick Mahomes.
Have you seen the other clip, though?
That's the one we're getting to, the interview when
Yeah,
Patrick Mahomes is getting interviewed. And it's another TikTok where Taylor was showing it to us, and he's being interviewed on national TV, and the guy's dancing behind him, isn't it? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's if there's like a heartfelt answer right there, that lives forever. And his brother's back there doing some awful dance behind it.
He's doing the
sprinkler or
the
something.
sprinkler
I mean,
or something.
just ridiculous.
It is a brother problem trying to steal the limelight from a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and it would be so uncomfortable if you're the parents of the Mahomes, because you love your kids equally, but you've got one that is trying to cement his legacy as maybe the greatest quarterback of all time. And then you've got the one bum that doesn't want to work and he wants to ride the coattails.
And I am surprised at how aware, and I shouldn't be surprised at this, I guess, but my 18-year-old daughter, her awareness of the NFL is basically, and Scott's showing the video that we were talking about, him dancing behind his brother.
My gosh.
His brother's on the set doing
on the NFL Network.
Yeah, well, I mean, what if the answer was, look, this is the moment that cemented my legacy in the NFL.
Yeah, and they play it at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, one day when I put on the mustard jacket, this night will be in my mind. And his brother's back.
Do you
there
agree
making
that's
fun of
Fredo?
Yeah, it is Fredo. Yeah.
It is
Fredo. Take him fishing.
A bad look right there. Okay, here we go. Some reaction. Let's get a little Patrick Mahomes, rock star number 6. Patrick Mahomes is a Super Bowl MVP and a Super Bowl winner now, both times for a second time. Cut number 6, and Mahomes talking after the game about being the Super Bowl champion.
The first Super Bowl I thought was, obviously I didn't win it the first year that I started, but I thought the first Super Bowl was just kind of like, this is amazing. Like, we won the Super Bowl. Like, this is happy. Like, you're just like a little kid winning a prize at the fair. Whereas this one, you've dealt with failure. You understand how hard it is to get back on this stage and to win this game. I played in a Super Bowl where I got blown out, where it was I got all hyped up, and then you go out there and you don't do anything. And then I'll lose the AFC Championship game in overtime. When I thought we had a chance to win the Super Bowl that year, and have a full brand new team and have to go through the strain of being better and better every single day, it gives you a greater appreciation for winning this game.
Yeah, the Super Bowl they lost. They're off against the Buccaneers. Their offensive line was injured and sucked, and he was on skates all night long. Last night he had all the time to do what he wanted to do, But I thought the Eagles, I mean, they will look back on this thing and think to themselves, they let one get away.
Oh,
they were
no
up
doubt.
24-14 and a half. One of those was the fumble recovery for a touchdown. So really, they had outplayed them 24-7. They dominated the first half.
Well, look, I mean, Jalen Hurts really couldn't do much more. I thought Philadelphia's offense in the first half, obviously much better. Kansas City did a good job. Steve Spagnuolo, the adjustments he made in the second half. But, yeah, they should have put them out in the first half. That's when they needed to. I can't believe that's only the second largest comeback in halftime history.
Yeah, I mean,
They're only down 10.
I know.
A lot of blowouts before we got into recent history. So I guess what continued to be 10 points or whatever just grew to 20 and 30 points in the second half when I was a kid.
This comes down to Philadelphia's defense. The inability, and they were so good in the regular season and in the postseason up until yesterday, getting to the quarterback and unable to force any turnovers. And if you lose a turnover battle to Kansas City, you're never going to win these
And
games.
if I'm not mistaken, Mahomes' only incompletion in the second half was a throwaway, right? Now, he had the incompletion on the holding, but that gets wiped because of the holding. But I think a throwaway was his only incompletion.
Because first half he had like 78 yards passing.
Yeah, I mean, and his numbers don't blow you away, but when you look at what he did in the second half, I mean, that's pretty darn impressive.
And Eric Bieniemy and Andy Reid, the offensive adjustments they made in the second half, though they kept saying, we didn't really make that many adjustments, but they did something different, or the Eagles' defense did something different in the second half because they scored on every possession. That's just an amazing feat in the Super Bowl.
And I will tell you, it was embarrassing what they made them look like inside of the red zone on the two plays, the one to Sky Moore, the one to Kadarius Toney. Exact same plays, just different sides.
With different players.
But I think you're talking about who, I don't know, Football Orlovsky can tell us tomorrow. Andy Reid's got to be the best ever in the red zone, though. I mean, his red zone stuff is just like he gets guys wide open in the red zone.
Well, and his quarterback play, too. I think there is something to this. Like one of my biggest swings and misses was Pat Mahomes when he got drafted 10th overall. I was like, this is not going to work out. But I think him playing for Andy Reid, I think it has benefited both of these guys because Andy Reid is so good with quarterbacks.
Well, I mean, we'll talk Mahomes later in the show about already at age 27, having if he shut it down tomorrow, he's a Hall of Famer.
Easy, easy.
He could shut it down at 27 and be a Hall of Famer already, but he's only 27.
You know who would hate that?
Kansas City fans.
Well, Jackson Mahomes, his brother.
That's going to work.
Please don't.
He'd be looking for a JOB right now. We'll get reaction from Jalen Hurts after I tell you about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, Greg Nelson, is the guy. He and his wife, they own the company, locally owned for over 20 years now. Storm Restoration Roofing will help you get a free no-cost roof inspection. Absolutely free, no obligation at all. Why would you not need that, want that? If you haven't had that roof inspected in a while, get it checked out today. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Also, remember, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau's insurance companies trust Greg. He also likes to say thank you to our active reservists and veterans of the U.S. military. He's got some special deals for you and some free no-cost stuff for you involving your pipe jack boots, your flashing, your gutters, and that free no-cost roof inspection that everyone else gets as well. So check them out. If you're a veteran or know a veteran, tell them about Storm Restoration Roofing. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Rockstar cut number 7, Jalen Hurts, who ended up, 304 yards passing in a losing effort in this one. Pretty amazing day from the former Oklahoma and Alabama quarterback there. Here's Jalen Hurts about losing in the championship game.
Man, I think you want to cherish these moments. You want to cherish these moments with the people that you've come so far with. Your family, your loved ones, your teammates, your peers, everyone that you do it with and do it for. And I'm so proud of this team. I will say I'm so proud of this team for everything that we've been able to overcome. Obviously, we had a big-time goal in the end that we wanted to accomplish, and we came up short. And I think the beautiful part about it is everyone experiences different pains. Everyone experiences different agonies of life. But you decide if you want to learn from it. You decide if you want to use that to be a teachable moment. And I know what I'll do.
Wow. The reality is that he is about to get a $40, maybe $50 million plus contract long-term with the Eagles. and his ability to throw in this game, 27-38, some of them really tight windows, he did look like the kind of quarterback you could build your future around.
That's the best I've ever seen him look yesterday. And, we did the exercise last week on where we would have the top 10 quarterbacks right now. If as a Rams fan, if I could have any quarterbacks right now, there's only 3 I would for sure take over him, and that would be Mahomes, Burrow, and Josh Allen. But outside of that, just because he's going to get better and better. Like he finally, it's like the light has switched on, and he is such a dedicated guy. The ceiling for him is just it's hard to imagine how good he can end up being.
The fumble was just so bizarre. How many times do you
and then for him to kick it?
Yeah, how many times do you think, and then for it just to bounce right up into the defender's hands, but how many times do you think he's been running and changed hands like that? God only knows, right?
Right.
He's done it in high school, at Alabama, at Oklahoma, in practices, multiple times in Philadelphia, and just to fumble it on a hand switch, basically. That's all it was.
We have a personal stake bet that gets wiped off now because Jalen Hurts became the first former Alabama player ever to score a Super Bowl touchdown. And way back when, it was a while ago, I think it was after Will Reichard's freshman season, we said first Alabama player, we all picked 4. We did a draft. It was a summer thing. Brownies was Derrick Henry, Najee Harris, Mac Jones, and Levi Wallace.
Wow.
Levi was in the game.
I felt pretty good about mine at that time.
Yeah.
I remember thinking that. The Titans had just been the 1 seed.
I tried to outsmart myself. I went with Jerry Jeudy, Will Reichard, who is still in school, but I thought maybe it'll take a while.
So, yeah.
Irv Smith Jr. and O.J. Howard. LT went with Jamison Williams. So it would have been after this last season, I guess we did this. Amari, Damian Harris, and A'Shaun Robinson. Nobody
had
to
Jalen
show
Hurts.
you the respect for Jalen Hurts. Nobody had Jalen Hurts.
A'Shaun Robinson instead of Jalen Hurts.
I had
Levi Wallace.
I had Will Reichard instead of Jalen Hurts. So none of us really thought Jalen Hurts.
I felt good you were setting that up like I finally won a stake back.
No,
I thought the way you set it up, I thought somebody had Hurts.
Yeah.
Let's save it for later in the show.
Okay.
What?
We'll do a stake bet update later in the show. We're approaching a record. So
of course you're keeping up with it.
Somebody's got to, right?
Somebody has to, don't they?
No, but how excited he gets about this.
Hall and Oats, did Joe Namath score? Yeah, but he didn't run it into the end zone. He did throw touchdown passes, yes. It's a quirky little thing. Kenny Stabler threw him in, too. Just going by what somebody told us one time, that Alabama had never scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
It does seem that the split here is Alabama fans, Auburn fans. Like, Auburn fans were pulling for KC. Alabama fans were pulling for Philly. Does that seem...
Sipos is a familiar name. Did he punt it over?
Yes, he punted it over.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And he's not their regular punter, right? He came in.
No,
he had been hurt.
Yeah,
he was
first
back.
came
Okay.
back.
No, all right. I thought maybe he'd kicked in the SEC.
He may not be the regular punter next year after that punt in the Super Bowl. It was a pretty big play.
Nick Bolton is a Missouri guy. There's SEC players
all
over
the field.
Yeah, all over the place. All right, so there's the Super Bowl. We'll get to Alabama's basketball win and what happened over the weekend and some basketball, and we'll come back to best and worst of the weekend on the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Great location there, Central Alabama, beautiful campus. Southern Living talks about the beautiful campus all the time. Your son or daughter can enjoy their 4 years at Montevallo with small class sizes, helps them academically, wonderful athletics, 21 fully funded NCAA Division II sports. Whatever your son or daughter are doing, junior and senior in high school, when they're thinking about college, remember Montevallo. Find out why you belong at Montevallo today by going to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round before we get into a little college basketball over the weekend, including Alabama's win down at Auburn. LT is going to tell us about Dr. B, and then we'll jump into what happened down at Neville Arena.
Unfortunately, when we get older, things start to fall out, fall apart. When I started to lose a little hair, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the name. Everyone said hair already 14% thicker. Going in the next couple of weeks to get another update. I've started the second phase of my treatment. Already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. If you know somebody that is thinning, tell them and get them to go see Dr. B. T3hair.net. That is T3hair.net. Call Dr. B today. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
All right. So Alabama goes down to Neville Arena in a game that many times for 25 minutes, Auburn led the game. But many times throughout the game when Auburn would open up the lead, and then Alabama would battle back and hit a shot that would take a 1-point lead, I was sitting there at the arena. I leaned to the person next to me. I was like, God, it feels like Auburn is outplaying Alabama by a lot, and Alabama has just taken the lead or they just tied the game. There were moments in that game where I thought Auburn was playing their best basketball of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you get not from Janai Broom. That was the unfortunate part, and you got to give Bediako some credit there, obviously. But when you get
and Clowney
but when you get 24
so many bodies.
When you get 24 out of Wendell Green, 4 of 9 from beyond the arc, that's the type of performance he has to have. Now you expect more out of Broom, but that's the type of performance he has to have for this Auburn team to beat a quality top 5 team.
Well, the game was sort of inverted, right? Auburn with Wendell and Jalen hitting the 3-point shots, and then Alabama having to win the game with 2 points. That was Bruce's design, was to guard the perimeter and not leave them. And he talked about it in the postgame where we were going to force them to beat us with twos, and Alabama shot 82% from the field on their 2-point shots.
Yeah, when everything's a layup or dunk, that's easier to do.
Yeah, they outscored Auburn 44-20 in the paint, and Broom is one of those guys you just figure is a double-double every night.
Yep.
I mean, he was still close to a double-double, but he didn't have a good game.
Yeah, but that double-double was not going to be enough. I mean, when you get 36 out of KD Johnson and Wendell Green, again, we do this a lot. If I only tell you this number, like if I told Bruce Pearl, hey, Wendell Green and KD Johnson are going to give you 36 points, I think Bruce Pearl's like, boy, we have got a legit shot at this one.
Yeah, and they were just so bad down the stretch, Auburn, in those final
Missed
moments.
like 7 straight shots, I think.
They missed 9 straight during the final stretch.
Yeah.
And now you've got a team that has lost 5 of 6, and right now Auburn is not in the NCAA tournament.
Something we'll continue to talk about.
I haven't seen Lenardi's bracketology.
I don't think he's got an updated one. I'll check, but
I mean, I don't feel. I think you lose 5 of 6 right now. I mean, where are the big wins? You've still got an opportunity to play your way in. But do you think they're in?
Right now, I do think they're in. I mean, that's a bigger topic after we get through with talking about this game this weekend. No doubt about it. We'll get to that. But first, let's react to the win this weekend with Alabama over Auburn. First, Nate Oats on what his team was able to do down there at Neville Arena.
I thought, our guys showed some resilience to kind of weather a bad shooting game for Brandon and have some other guys step up. We've been on our guys make tough plays. We're going to have to make them on the road. Thought our guys stepped up and made some tough plays there late in the second half when we needed them. So, but I mean, we knew this was going to be a tough game. They're not an easy team to play. They're going to play hard, but our guys have been through some tough games. I mean, we've played Houston on the road. We played Arkansas on the road, different types of teams. Missouri on the road is a really good offensive team, but it was a big rivalry game, and our guys stepped up and played well for us.
And you said this we were at your house yesterday for the Super Bowl about how tough that place is to play. It's a tough environment where Auburn really gets a true home court advantage. For them to go in there and win that game was a big win for Nate's program.
Yeah, look, and I liked Auburn in this game. I said it last week. I thought Auburn was going to pull off the upset. And it seemed to be that kind of game. Alabama couldn't hit free throws. Brandon Miller could not hit a shot.
Yeah, 0 of 7 for 3 was Brandon Miller in that game.
And that's hard to do. But Auburn was right there until the very end.
Yeah, I think you got, and I talked about Wendell Green's 24 points and just these little in-game decisions that make the difference when Nate Oats went to Ryland Griffin, a freshman, on Wendell Green, who is a talented guard. That might have been the difference in the game. I mean, there were a lot of small things you could say were the difference in the game, but going to Griffin on him, that's one of the reasons, Lance, they missed 9 straight shots.
Griffin,
it wasn't just that Auburn went cold, which had something to do with it, but Alabama's defense, Nate Oats changed their defense a little bit.
Yeah, Griffin to me is a fascinating guy.
His stock is soaring.
Yeah, but we've talked about him a couple of weeks ago, how he was getting better and better and better, and the minutes continue to go up. And he's one of these guys, he's not going to be a one and done. But this is a guy that will play in the NBA, and you just wonder how long he's going to be around. But he'll be a major factor.
He's not going to be a one and done. He'll be back next year. Not even really starting for Alabama this year. But I do think he's the type of guy that can play his way into the lottery. I think he's that good or has that type of upside.
Well, that's a big statement from you two.
I'll
see if he can play his way in the lottery. I don't see that, but that's what I love about this team. They have so many players that they keep throwing bodies out. You talk about Janai Broom's he's so smooth in the paint, but you get Bediako who's playing better, Clowney on him, Pringle coming off the bench. They have all those bodies they were able to throw at Broom throughout the game. And then you bring in Namari off the bench, who's recovering from that knee injury, and he's getting more and more playing time. He comes in and he's able to hit a shot, big three, and play some good defense. Ryland Griffin, who comes in and actually leads the team in scoring, 3 of 4 from three-point land. These aren't starters. Mark Sears, who I think maybe has become the more consistent player, maybe more consistent than Brandon Miller for this team.
Maybe so. And somebody, I was talking actually with Doug Segrist last night before the Zone about this Alabama team, and one of the producers was like, what's the difference, the biggest difference from last year? I think one of the biggest differences from last year is Mark Sears is infinitely better than Jaden Shackelford. And I hate to say that about Shackelford. He was a nice player for Alabama. Sears is so much better. Now, you got Brandon Miller. That is a huge difference. There is no doubt about that. But Sears just runs that team so efficiently and so well, and he is such a threat to score as well.
Yep, and Quinterly's playing better than he has in a smaller role.
That's right, because you're asking him to do something he's a little more comfortable with, and that's a credit to Mark Sears. Having Sears out there makes this a different Alabama team. There's no doubt.
Yeah, so And I thought the Auburn defense on the perimeter, 0-7 for Brandon Miller. We've seen that from really good defensive teams like Houston, where he did not score a field goal in the entire game. Now, he was able to still get double-digit points in this game, but it wasn't his best game. But Auburn's defense on the perimeter, it was hard for the Alabama players to just move around out on the three-point line. That's how good Auburn's D was. Bruce Pearl afterwards talking about just how good his team played, but like in the loss at Tennessee or the loss at Texas A&M or somewhere else, they're just coming up a tad short.
Auburn coaches, Auburn fans, Auburn players, Auburn doesn't like to lose to Alabama. Part of the reason is the win means a lot, and especially it means a lot when the opponent is so good. Alabama has been a really, really good basketball team the last 4 years. We've had great games with them. We've had some success. We've had some losses. We put ourselves in position again to win the game. A couple things, just didn't make shots. Our team's playing a lot of good basketball, playing well. Just right now, not well enough to beat maybe the best team in the country.
And I think the frustrating thing for Pearl is, like you said, Jim, you had a plan, and that plan worked for 34, 35 minutes, right, of the game. I mean,
I think the last 9 minutes.
Yeah, until as we like to say on this show, nut cutting time, and that's generally when, if you're the best team in the country, you're going to figure out a way to win the game. And Alabama figured out a way to win the game. They clamped down on Green. They cleaned up the boards. They played much better defense, and they hit key shots. I mean, that's what great teams do, and it remains to be seen how great this Alabama team is. I think it's the best team in the nation. And if you're going to be the best team in the nation, you got to win that type of game. And credit Alabama for doing it.
You heard Bruce Pearl just say, best team in the country.
Yeah. Well, he said it before the game, too. This is probably the best team in the country.
It's hard to argue against right now.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see where these rankings are today because, Houston, they didn't do anything they've won 14 of 15 since losing to Alabama. I mean, that's going to be the thing. The voters look at this and say, who's number one? Well, Alabama beat Houston on their home court. Alabama was playing in a more dominant conference, and they're dominating that conference. But Houston had 22 first-place votes last week. Alabama only had one.
Yeah.
And if you're voting Houston number one last week, what really has changed?
Yeah, so I feel like we've had this conversation 3 straight weeks now. Is this the week Alabama's number one? And they just continue to play. I don't know that you want to be number one. It feels like there's a reason we're having this conversation each week is number one keeps losing. So,
But it times out perfectly to go to Tennessee and lose if
yeah,
you're
exactly.
Alabama.
And Tennessee's a desperate team right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I think they've lost 3 or 4 or something like that. 2 buzzer beaters this past week. Alabama plays there Wednesday night. LT's neighbor says, and I think this is this is a different way of saying what we keep saying, how deep this team is. LT's neighbor says Nate Oats and them just love it when a team sells out to stop Brandon Miller because it makes it easier on everyone else on the floor.
Again, a sign of a quality team is that when a team figures out a way to take away your best player, and some teams have done that to Alabama this year with Brandon Miller, that Alabama has always had the answer. There's not been a real game. This Oklahoma game, we're going to look back, and I don't know that we're ever going to figure out what happened in that one. But if you flush that Oklahoma game, there really hasn't been a game where a team has just taken Brandon Miller out of the game, and Alabama's like, well, crap, don't know what we do now.
Yeah,
they've always had an answer for that.
Well, that was my question. I talked to Nate about it at the game. I was like, I mean, they controlled the pace. This felt like a tournament game to me because it was a slow pace. It was a half-court game late in the shot clock. It felt like the whole game was played late in the shot clock in the half court. No transition really for Alabama, which really is their right hand, and they're able to beat Auburn left-handed on the road. I thought it was an impressive win for that reason because it wasn't a fast – Alabama's the second fastest team in college basketball at pace of play in scoring and shooting. Second fastest, and that was a slow game. I mean, Auburn's defense slowed that down. It was a half-court game.
I just saw the most amazing thing that happened in Neville on Saturday.
You didn't
the
see
putt?
this yet?
I never saw the putt.
Okay, wait. Tell me about Odie's, and then we'll talk about the putt.
My gosh.
Yeah, I tweeted it out when it happened.
I did not see this.
I told Brown it was the most exciting part of the game.
It's unbelievable. Odie's Tavern, just a great place to get lunch or dinner. If you're trying to decide what's for lunch today, stop in. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food for more than 3 decades. decades, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great salads, sandwiches, chili. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. And remember, every Wednesday night, me and Rocky and Will Haver, we get a little Odie's team trivia going. Rocky will be out for the next month, but Ryan Brown will be there. So come out and see us. 8 o'clock Wednesday nights. It's a Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Forrest, I don't know if you have video or not, but to set the table, and I don't know how many places do this, but it's a big piece of plywood that they put on one baseline at the other end, and the hole that's cut in, it's a car dealership commercial during a timeout, and the hole that is cut into it is just big enough for a golf ball to fit in. Like, it's not the size of it's not even the size of a hole that the ball goes in on a putting green.
Like, I would feel good about giving you 1,000 putts, and I don't think you'd make it.
I mean, it's 94 feet.
From 94 feet from one. No way.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm telling you.
And that surface, it's not like you're on a putting green.
That's exactly right. I'm telling you from 30 feet, from 15 feet, the odds of us getting 10 putts and making it would be very slim. From what did I say, 15 feet, which is one. How many times did you make that on a putting surface?
I was just, it's funny you asked this.
You'd be about 5 of 10, right?
I was pulling up the PGA Tour numbers.
From how long?
So what feet did you just ask me?
I said 15 feet.
The PGA Tour, one putt from 15, their make percentage from 15 feet is 23%. That's PGA Tour. That's the best players.
23%.
Yes.
I was giving us half of it.
Yes.
So 23%.
The best players in the universe make 23%. So I've got their 90-foot putt percent make.
Okay, what is that?
1%.
1%.
Yeah, that's 90 foot.
So 94 feet.
In fact, let me just quickly say they're 41% three-putt percentage from 90 feet. So 41% of the time they three-jack it. 1% of the time they make it.
All right, Auburn families.
Okay, hold on. Pause. So here's the setup.
Yep.
They pull a student out. Pause the video.
Dude's still probably drunk for the night before.
Okay, he's camped out. Game day's been there. 2 hours between the end of game day and the tip. It's been a long day. You don't get a putt. You don't get to practice the putt. He's never done it before. You don't get to read the line. I mean, who knows how the ball is going to break down there if it goes over one of the places they put the volleyball net in, could kick it a different direction.
Never know, yep.
So you don't know the speed, you don't know the break or anything. And I promise you, on my grandmother's grave, when the thing crossed, I was just doing it for show, but when it crossed half court to the people around me, I said, oh, this has a chance. Never thought it would go in. Watch this putt, folks. I don't even know the kid's name, but he wins a brand new car.
Did they say what? I don't want to be nitpicky here. What type of car, Jim? I think it was a Toyota dealership, right? Did they?
I thought it was a Ford.
A Ford dealership.
Shows you how good advertising works in this situation.
You think he showered before he went to the game?
Probably no.
So that's Stafford.
Now look, from baseline to baseline.
Stafford.
Now look at this. It's on a hard surface.
I mean, he's got good speed right away. That's the first thing I noticed.
That's why I said it has a chance.
Yep. Boom! It is a Toyota.
It's a mouse hole. It barely fits in there.
Oh, that's crazy.
And the whole place went bonkers. So much so that Bruce, who was talking to his team, walked out of his huddle and looked up at the scoreboard.
Just to see what happened?
Yeah, what just happened?
Yeah. So when they come back from commercial on ESPN, there is still such a buzz. Like, I immediately thought, something just happened. And then Dan Schulman has to do like some sort of commercial read. And then he says, I don't think they ever showed video of it, but he's like, some student at Auburn just made a 94-foot putt to win a car.
It. Totally.
Yeah, I mean, there was like such a buzz when they returned from commercial. You could tell something had just happened.
Yeah, I mean, and that is video from, I believe, the in-house, the Auburn folks there, so they can put it on the big screen.
Right.
But it is absolutely one of those things that, as a local videographer like Forrester used to be, would you shoot that, Forrester? Would you have shot that?
That's right.
Because the chance of him making it is what? You probably shot it the first 5 times you saw it. You wouldn't shoot that, would you?
There is absolutely no chance I would have been rolling on that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's when a Dunaway calls down and is like, "Hey, buddy, did you get that? Did you get that putt?"
No, but don't just say Dunaway. Rada would have called down.
No, any of
Rada
them.
would have said, "Hey, did you get that?"
Yeah, 100%.
Rick Carley would have said, "I got to have something for my Facebook feed. Did you get that?"
Hey, that is the most amazing thing I've seen this year.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. I saw a kid at Sanford. I was doing a TV game at Sanford several years ago, and a kid clinked it. Like, he hit the board just next to the hole, and I remember thinking, I mean, he could putt it 1,000 more times and not even get that close.
What would he have won? Do you remember?
I can't remember what. Sanford, I think, was giving away cash or something.
But see, that goes back to, I can't remember, it was the Kentucky. It was the one you were at. What game were you at?
Kentucky, Alabama.
Kentucky, Alabama, where the guy hits a free throw, a three-pointer, and then drains a half-court shot at the buzzer, hits all 3 of those in, 30 seconds he has to do it?
Yeah,
I think it was
something
30
like that,
seconds.
yeah.
Hits a free throw, a three-pointer, and then at the bucket, he gets $200 to a barbecue place. And I was like, that's going to be on SportsCenter. That could be top plays.
$200 to a $200 barbecue place gift card?
Yeah. And I thought to myself, please don't make it on top plays because that's just $200.
To a barbecue.
To a barbecue
It's not
place.
$200 cash. Just
Yeah.
$200 a barbecue.
Yeah.
Which may as well be like cash.
Because I was thinking to myself, it's got to be like a semester of tuition or something that guy just won. Nope, $200 to a local barbecue.
Should have done a GoFundMe.
And even
because
Jack
he
State.
deserved more.
The last home game of my junior, well, I don't know if it's my junior year, my 5th year at Jack State, I did the layup free throw half court shot for tuition. Like it was they were giving away tuition.
Yeah, I mean,
at Jack State.
at least.
And I rimmed out the half court shot. I got 2 shots at the half court and rimmed it out, but I almost had tuition my last year.
Yeah. I was about to say, if it was your freshman year, your golf coach was probably cheering for you to make it so he could take you off scholarship.
Yes, he would have known I couldn't make it, trust me.
All right. A lot more to get to. We'll start your best and worst of the weekend when we come back. Get those ready for us. Best and worst, anything you had this weekend is next right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Back with you on the next round. Our first guest is going to be Dan Wetzel at 12 noon. Nate Oats, Alabama basketball coach, joins the show at 12:35 today to talk about what went on this weekend and what's ahead. And LT's neighbor and a couple other people have been talking about this over in the chat room. It does set up perfectly for Alabama to rise to number one in the country today and then go on the road at Tennessee Wednesday, who is not playing horrible basketball. They're just getting, Vandy beat them at the buzzer, and Vandy's playing better. I told you guys that. Vandy's playing better. I think they were unbeaten last week. And then they got beat by the buzzer against a Missouri team this past weekend. So they're getting beat at the buzzer. Their only win is a 46-43 win in their last 4 against Auburn, which was a very losable game for them too.
But I keep thinking that about this Alabama team, and they keep proving me wrong on that. I don't want to jinx Alabama here, but I'm just not certain that this team's built that way.
Yeah.
I think this team's got, even though there are a lot of young guys, they've got this maturity and this edge to them that I'm not certain that something like that's going to creep up. I don't know.
But you could lose one and it not take you away from being the best team in the country,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
I mean, they are off to the best start in program history, tying the 1975-76 team at 22-3.
And they are going to walk away with the Southeastern Conference regular season.
They are 2 games ahead of Texas A&M. So you still have 1 date with them.
Yeah, and you can go ahead and sow that banner, man. That thing's over.
I think they've got another loss in them, 1 or 2 possibly.
Yeah, I mean,
it's hard to find 2 with this schedule, though.
At some point, we'll have the discussion, and we do it when Kentucky was unbeaten and some others. Do you want to lose before you get to the NCAA tournament? Because you got to go 6-0 at that point. Best and worst of the weekend is brought to you by our great friends at Hemphill Services. The great folks there help you with their cooling, their heating, and their plumbing.
Yeah, and right now, this February, you can get that HVAC checked out, the HVAC tune-up for only $69. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Team there can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Best of the weekend from Kevin. Brandon Miller with the celebratory crane kick on Auburn's floor. Listen. This rivalry, and I think Bruce and Nate are cordial to each other.
I've seen them be in person, yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of mustard from both programs when it comes to this game, and I think it only makes it exciting. I mean, last year with the crane kick and the broom.
That's right, from the head coach.
From the head coach
doing that. Yeah.
I mean, that's when Bruce is doing the crane kick and he's got the broom out after sweeping Alabama last year. That. Nate mentioned in the postgame, he says, some of our guys were part of this rivalry last year. Some of them, this was their first game. They surely know what it means to play in the game now. But you can't tell me that Brandon Miller, who came to Alabama football games as a kid with his legacy to Alabama, didn't know what it meant to play Auburn. You could tell with his celebratory crane kick to the Auburn student.
And sure, let me say this. I gave Nate Oats. You guys were on one side of the whole Super Bowl comment. I think you're with Lance on that. I gave Nate the benefit of the doubt. Like Nate said it like 5 times now, so I think he knows what he's doing with the whole Super Bowl quote.
I was in the very small post-game room at Neville Arena when he said.
But he's rubbing nose in it at this point.
It was a big win for us at this place. I mean, it was their Super Bowl. I mean, he doubled down.
He said it in a few spots now. So I was giving him benefit of the doubt, but. That was very calculated by Nate Oats, so I was incorrect on that one. I'll go ahead and take the L there.
But I think that's a give and take that both these coaches are comfortable with, and I assume both fan bases are too. It dang sure makes the basketball rivalry that much more interesting. And as Bruce pointed out last week, going into this game, he goes, you start looking at regular season or tournament champions in recent years, there's a hell of a lot more Auburn and Alabama than there is Kentucky.
Well, I think you can make an argument over the last 5 years. I'm going to try to think through it before I say it. Tennessee would be the one you might have to include, that this has probably been the 2 most consistent programs in the conference over the last 4 or 5 years. Alabama and Auburn. I mean, Tennessee's in there too.
Yeah, Tennessee would be right there.
Tennessee, Alabama, and Auburn, yeah. I mean, Alabama's not that far removed from a regular season and conference tournament championship, nor is Auburn, obviously. Alabama's about to win another regular season. We'll see about the tournament. Auburn has had a Final Four. Alabama, Auburn, and Tennessee probably, since Nate Oats got to Alabama, about the most consistent you've had in the Southeastern Conference. So consistently good, anyway.
Auburn losing 5 of 6, though. How many do you think they have to win of these next 6 to get in? I think they got to go 4-2.
More best and worst in the weekend in just a second. I think they've got to beat the teams they're supposed to beat, and then one that they're not. So they got to beat Missouri, Ole Miss, and Vandy.
Yep.
And then the others are what?
Kentucky, on the road at Kentucky, in Tuscaloosa, and then home to Tennessee.
Yeah, they got to beat the 3 they're supposed to.
And one of those.
And they're comfortably in. Yep. If they beat the 3 they're supposed to and lose at Rupp to Tennessee and Alabama, it'll be It'll be bubble city.
It'll be dicey.
Yeah. But they still could get in.
You know, so in your scenario there, at Vanderbilt becomes your swing game because you're right. Vanderbilt is playing better basketball.
Yeah.
The Alabama game is an outlier. Don't know what happened there, but they got shelled.
And Missouri's a swing game,
No,
too.
that's a tough game.
Yeah.
But I find it hard to believe that
Kentucky's winnable. I'm not sure Kentucky's the third most dangerous game for Auburn. It's at Rupp Arena, but, Alabama, Tennessee, obviously.
Missouri and Vandy are just as difficult to me as beating Kentucky. Right now.
But Tennessee's at home. Tennessee may be your best opportunity to secure a place in the tournament.
But how many had they won straight at Neville? Was it 28
until A&M beat them? Yeah.
So it's hard for me to envision them losing 3 of 4 at home after that incredible run.
I agree with you. Still more best and worst of the weekend rolling in. Robert says best was Alabama's win at Neville Arena. The call at the end of the Super Bowl helping me clean up on my Super Bowl bets. The Super Bowl was great. His worst of the weekend, watching the second half from the ER on my phone. The call at the end of the game was also the worst. Robert, what happened, man? Why were you at the ER?
That's a tough place to watch the end of the Super Bowl is the emergency room.
That's what he calls back and says, I was a doctor, man. I had to operate on some folks, and then, yeah.
You would think they'd have it on, though. It's a Super Bowl.
I would imagine it was on. I just don't want to watch it there.
Yeah. Bobby says Auburn's third most dangerous game is Vandy. That Vandy team can score some points. To me, their biggest clunker obviously was in Tuscaloosa, that big blowout game. But that's a dangerous offensive team.
The good news about playing at Vandy for Auburn is that a lot of teams have their worst shooting night in Memorial Gym because of how weird that gym is. Auburn sucks shooting from outside anyway. They've had to work around that all year long. Although they were much better against Alabama than they have been. So that's not something that's really going to throw Auburn, is if they have a crap shooting night from outside. They've been doing that all season. So, Memorial Gym screws you up a lot. I don't know that that's going to derail Auburn, but it is a tough game for them.
Before Brownie tells us about our friends at MyBookie, Richard's best and worst of the weekend, which is always brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Best thing I saw this weekend was the Jelly Gaines show. Jelly Walker is back, and Gaines had a fantastic double-double. Ty Brewer was the leading scorer in that game, as they go on and beat Middle Tennessee State, UAB does, in the Bartow Classic. Richard adds UAB is looking good for March there. You can keep rolling in with your best and worst of the weekend. You can do that over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, or you can do it on Twitter at Next Round Live, We'll keep that rolling in for the next segment as well. Again, our first guest coming up is Dan Wetzel. Hold on. One interesting thing I want to tell you about after Brownie tells you about our friends at MyBookie.
Real quick, LT, I asked you earlier as we talk about MyBookie.ag, code next round. Auburn, Missouri, you said Auburn favored by
6.5.
Alabama at Tennessee, Alabama favored by
2.5.
Which is about where Alabama and Auburn went off, right? It went off at 2.5.
Yeah,
so
that's what I thought it would
be. MyBookie.ag for those games this week. MyBookie.ag. I hope you enjoyed the Super Bowl there. Don't let it stop there. Continue at MyBookie.ag. And if you haven't signed up, MyBookie.ag, code next round is a great place to go and save, because right now MyBookie.ag is giving you a deposit bonus when you use code next round. A lot of people will do that, but you don't read the fine print, and you find out later, oh my gosh, I had to bet this thing 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, up to 10 times before I ever get it. Let me throw the fine print right out here. MyBookie.ag says you bet it one time, it is yours. Nobody is beating that deal. Nobody. One time, and it's yours. MyBookie.ag, code next round to get signed up. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
So Northwestern beat Purdue yesterday. New AP poll comes out in just over an hour. Alabama is going to be 1 or 2. We'll see where they are in the new AP poll. Helped out by the fact that game day was in Auburn, and Billis was on the call, so it was the main ESPN crew. It'll be interesting to see if that helps the media with that exposure to maybe lift Alabama up to number 1. Tonight, Miami, who LT said last week is one of the hottest teams in basketball, could be dangerous when we get to the bracket. They get North Carolina tonight, who is also subject to possibly missing the NCAA tournament. I saw one projection. I forget, it wasn't Lenardi, but it was one other of the bracketologists. Play-in game in Dayton, North Carolina, Kentucky. That's where they were about projected right now. Yeah.
Is that a big ticket?
Oh, I think it would be in Dayton.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fairly close to Lexington, right, Jim?
I think
that's not that bad a drive.
I think it'd be a big ticket. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, right now I see last 4 in New Mexico, North Carolina, Kentucky, and A&M.
This is the
and
point.
Last 4 in gets you in Dayton, right?
This is the point of the year where we always point out that Lenardi does not update his bracket as much as we want him to. And this is the point of the year where everybody says, y'all are looking at the wrong guy. Lenardi's not the best anyway. And we're like, it's the easiest one to access.
Yeah. Give us the best guy in the chat room. Where should we be looking? Somebody updates it daily. It's to the hour. I want to update it to the hour. All right, top of the hour. When we come back, we haven't got to my best of the weekend yet.
It's going to match mine. I want to talk about this.
Yeah, and we'll get into that in our next segment as we roll on right here on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Some interesting streaks ended last night. This is from ESPN Stats and Info in the Super Bowl. And we'll get to your headlines in just a second. This hour of the show, by the way, being brought to you by our friends right there at Way to Wellness. I'll tell you about Way to Wellness in just a second. But Patrick Mahomes winning last night ends a streak of 9 MVPs who have reached the Super Bowl lost. So he got there and won it. Wasn't it Kurt Warner, your guy, the last MVP that made it to the Super Bowl and won?
Oh, well, that would have been back in 99.
Yeah, the last
right?
9 MVPs who...
MVP quarterback?
I think it's just MVPs, regular, which mostly are quarterbacks. Yeah. MVPs in the regular season, the last 9 to make it to the Super Bowl had lost. So he got it and got there and won. Previous 6 individual passing yards leaders to reach the Super Bowl all had lost. Mahomes got there last night. Previous 8 teams to win coin toss at Super Bowl had lost. And they won the coin toss and won the game last night. So those streaks broke. That from ESPN Stats and Info there last evening. Headlines being brought to you by our friends at Wetzel Wellness. It's a Super Bowl's over now, and we're starting to get towards the spring and summer season where everybody's going to be at the lake or the pool, the creek, the river, the ocean, wherever you go to.
The creek.
Hey, wherever you go to take that shirt off.
Paul, here we go.
Wetzel Wellness will help you get ready for all that shirtless time coming up this spring and summer. You can do it with our friends at Wetzel Wellness. Just go to the website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. There's no sign-up fees. There's no contracts, and the first consultation with Leslie and her board-certified team is absolutely free. That's Patrick's right. I'm from the mud puddle. The creek was an upgrade for me. Go to the creek, man. Planforme.com. They'll get your blood pressure numbers in check, your cholesterol numbers in check, and help you lose a few pounds as well. Try them out. Wetzel Wellness, a journey to healthy living. Planforme.com is the website. Alabama wins down in Auburn, 77-69. New poll out in an hour. The Chiefs beat the Eagles 38-35. Second Super Bowl for Mahomes and Andy Reid there in Kansas City. Big call at the end. James Bradbury from Sanford called for a hold. All of you in the poll saying no, shouldn't have been called. Bradbury himself admits that he did hold Juju there in what was a very deciding factor in that Super Bowl there. And one other interesting note from college football in the headlines before we get back to best and worst of the weekend. It has come out now that injury in the Rose Bowl to Utah quarterback Cam Rising was indeed a complete ACL tear. And he had ACL surgery. And they're not calling him questionable for week 1 against Florida, but he's got a strenuous, long rehab to be ready for the start of the season. That's a big college football story, especially in a very competitive Pac-12 with a lot of great quarterbacks.
Yeah, I don't know if people realize how close Utah has been over the last few years. They had a chance to play their way into a college football playoff 3 years ago in the Pac-12 championship game. They lost that. Really good team last year, and USC will be your favorite in the Pac-12, but they'll be right behind them in Oregon.
Yeah, and something to watch with Rising and see what the rehab's looking like. Obviously not doing spring. We'll see what he's able to do in camp when we get there. That story from Brandon Marcello, our friend with 24/7, and talking with Kyle Whittingham and Cam Rising to develop that story there. We appreciate Brandon Marcello and his friendship with us. You have some more. You had something you wanted to add?
Well, it's just best and worst of the weekend.
Okay, let's
ready
get
to
to
go?
that. Yep.
All right. NH3425, his best of the weekend. Northwestern's upset of Purdue. It was like the last sporting event going before the Super Bowl, that and the Waste Management Classic. So I actually caught the end of that game. Great atmosphere at Northwestern. And this would be only the second time. This probably punches their ticket. The second time they've ever made the NCAA tournament, I think.
Oh, you think that punches their ticket?
Well,
I think it does.
Yeah, Purdue's the number one team, yeah. I mean, they're 18-7 now, I think. And that's a Big Ten, man. The Big Ten gets a lot of teams in.
Yeah, they're 18-7, 9-5 in the Big Ten.
Oh,
yeah,
9-5.
that should get you in. Yeah.
All right.
They still got some games to go. Maybe they could screw it up.
So didn't they have like some famous kids?
Julia Louis Dreyfus kid played for them. That was the last team that made the tournament.
Yeah, that was 16-17 when they actually won in the first round and then lost to Gonzaga.
That's right. You hard enunciating that Tennessee sweatshirt.
It's the Miami Dolphins.
Go
Thank
Vols.
you, but
Hashtag go Vols.
I did not realize I struggled with her name until I tried to say it right there. His worst, the weekend Auburn and Philadelphia lost. What?
You're like a country music song. She made you wear orange. She's got you in Tennessee orange.
Tennessee orange again. Landmine Believer says we got to go watch the YouTube or the video of Mincy opening a bobblehead at the Pelicans game.
I put it in my story.
He said he laughed for a solid hour about it.
I put it in my story.
What kind of bobblehead was it?
He was at the Pelicans game. So let's do it later. You don't have it yet, do you, Forrester? Okay, later we'll pull down off of Mincy's story. You can still find a link to it off of my Instagram story.
Yeah.
But I tagged Taylor in it. I literally say, next time you're in studio, we'll get Taylor to show you how to open a freaking box.
Oh,
it's a disaster. And what makes it a disaster is, the styrofoam that's in there.
Yeah.
So he's pulling it out, and it's just snowing styrofoam on people in their seats down because he's doing it in like row one. And there are people who are sitting there trying to drink beer, and it's just It's styrofoam just raining down on them.
I love Mincy.
Yeah.
Rusty's best of the weekend, the streaker at the Waste Management and the Alabama win. I don't know if you guys saw this, but the Waste Management has those floating letters out in the water on the 17th, that the WM logo.
Right.
And some guy stripped down, got in the water, and was dancing on the letters. And then now
was he drinking?
Yeah, potentially. And now you've got the cops standing on the bank like, what do we do about this guy? One of us going to – I mean, I don't think he's going to come back in now. One of us going to have to go out there.
He'll come back in at some point.
Boy, I'd hate to draw the short straw on that one.
Yeah, boy. You hope he goes easily, right?
And I'll be very consistent. At some point, if he keeps resisting arrest, shoot a bullet in his leg.
Wow. Worse for him, the Bama boys not getting a Super Bowl championship. I wonder – well – I mean, Jalen Hurts could not have done much more. I mean, that fumble is going to stick with him for a long time. That's probably the difference in the game, even though it was in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of local ties. I mean, the Alabama guys. I mean, Hurts passed for 304. Devontae made a couple of big catches.
Yeah.
Dickerson with a huge block on the 2-point conversion. The Auburn punter, that punt, and the Sanford guy with the
a lot of
hold.
LT Gray's best.
I did there. Yeah, all the positive Alabama.
Yes. LT Gray's best was Dak taking home the trophy. It was the Walter Payton Man of the Year trophy. I did think that was funny, though. I mean, Philadelphia fans have zero chill. It is, one of the most feel-good moments of the pregame.
The Man of the Year.
The Walter Payton Man of the Year. And even Dak laughed at it. He's like, I mean, how can he not laugh at it? Yeah, as soon as they announced him, I mean, half the stadium's booing him.
The greatest man on the planet.
Yeah. I mean, you got to applaud their consistency, though. They're going to hate the Cowboys no matter what. Let's see.
I mean, let's don't kid ourselves with Philadelphia fans. If they announced an Auburn person who had cured cancer at Bryant-Denny Stadium, the same thing would happen.
Yeah.
Or vice versa.
You saw the video.
Stadium.
They had flipped a car before the game even kicked.
Yeah, Suttles showed me that. He goes, my God, we're 45 minutes before kickoff, and they've already flipped a car in Philadelphia.
There's no telling what. Now, they've won one recently, but is it Broad Street? Is that the street that's up there that they all go out to? There's no telling what that would have looked like. Like, I saw a video after the loss, and it was bad. Can't imagine what the win would have looked like. Let's see. The best from JJ, Chad Henne retiring as a career backup with tens of millions and little damage done to his body. He got some starts for my Dolphins, though, Chad Henne did. I mean, he started a few games.
He started a few for the Cowboys.
Yeah. Worst, Jackson Mahomes dancing on TikTok after the win. We have covered that one. A lot of people are saying Bracket Matrix has North Carolina as an 11 seed. I'll go look at bracket. A lot of people are saying go Bracket Matrix when you guys are asking about that. Let's see. BCS Jr., his best. Bama rolling. His worst, the foul non-call at the end of the Duke-Virginia game. The ACC.
Terrible call.
Had to come back in and say, yeah, we screwed that one up.
Yeah. You won't hear the NFL bring that up, though.
No, they will not. But the ACC did, and it is crazy that Coach K's been going less than a year, and already Duke's not getting the calls at the end, isn't it?
Coach K's birthday coming up in 4 Downs.
Look forward to that. More best and worst of the weekend coming up. But Brown and I will give you our best, and then we do have the Mincy video we'll get to in this segment, so don't go anywhere. But our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, yesterday, LT and I, we combined two of our sponsors for a little pregame margarita. Our friends at Taco Mama and our Maestro Dobel Tequila, those were you made LT. Now, Brownie and Rockstar and people will joke all the time that LT, when he's a host, he does a lot of great things, but he will not get up and make you anything. He got up.
That's not true.
He got up and made me a margarita.
Wow, how about that?
And got the jalapenos chopped up and put in there. It was one of the best margaritas I've ever had.
Yeah, so I called ahead to Taco Mama because a roommate was doing some other dips and sandwiches and stuff. I never got the ham and cheese sliders, though.
I didn't
That's
either.
what I was looking forward to.
I left at halftime, and they had not come out yet.
Never came out.
Yeah.
But I called Taco Mama, and
I guess I know what you're having for dinner tonight.
Ordered a big thing of cheese dip, some guac, and I got some margarita mix. And Kim at the 119 location, so sweet, she's like, do you want me to chop up some jalapenos for you? Because she knows I like the spicy margarita.
Okay, I thought you chopped them up, but okay.
So the kids went, they picked it up. They fly I by. They went and picked it up. And when they got back, we had the spicy salt and everything.
Yep.
So, I would just wet the rim of the glass, put it in the spicy salt, ice, the jalapenos in there, about a third of Dobel, and then the margarita mix, and they were fantastic.
It was literally, I'm not just saying this, one of the best margaritas I'd ever had.
That's because of the Dobell.
It was a perfect mix. It was a perfect mix right there. Dobell Diamante is the official tequila of the next round. The world's first clear multi-aged tequila. Dobell Diamante is a blend of extra añejo and reposado tequilas. It's aged in a European oak barrel, double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness, crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobell, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Rockstar, give me cut number 9, if you will. Brownie and I and about 3,000 other people were down at the BJCC on Friday night in what was an amazing show. We're going to tell you about how amazing it was in a second. But just the introduction that our man Rockstar got, I want you to hear the introduction and then the response from the crowd for our man Rockstar. He's the bald guy in the middle here. Here's our producer Rockstar, who put on a show Friday night.
I give him a hard time every single night in every other city, but tonight I'm just going to give him a whole lot of love. Not only is he up and on the radio every single day, on the next round, he is an incredible human being, a wonderful musician, super diverse. You want me to keep going? It would take all night for me to say all of the nice things I have to say about him. Please give a huge hometown welcome to Rockstar Sean Henniger.
And then typical Rockstar fashion, the awkward hug.
Make it awkward as you can. Go hug Rogoff. That's Rogoff. Let's do that.
I did get rave reviews. So my whole family outside of myself, because I had a birthday party.
Right.
That went way too deep into the night. I was unable to go, but Jack and Jace both said you were amazing. I got some other Pete Flack. Hamburger
yeah,
Heaven.
I saw Pete after the show. Yeah,
it's kind of cool that, and this is one of the whether you like this or not about Birmingham, is it's such a small town and you see everybody when you go out. But it was really cool to see how many people were there and how many people just absolutely loved it.
Well, early on, and I think we're a couple of shows in, y'all were still in the album portion where you can't respond to the crowd.
Yes, I can't. For the first 12 songs, you're listening to the album.
Yeah, but,
No
we get caught up in the fact that we know him as a rock star. So if you listen to the show, you know him as a rock star. But, for everyone else that doesn't watch or listen to us, he's Sean Henniger. But early on in the show, very loud female, "We love you, rock star!" And then all the cheers. And I'm like, my gosh, we got a lot of people here that know our show.
Because there's a pause of silence in between every song when they're doing the rumors part of it. So it's not like most concerts you go to. So there's a pause of silence while they, tune a change guitar or get the next person set or whatever. And almost every time out, there was 1, 2, 3 people scream, "Rockstar!"
Yeah, it was crazy. It blew me away.
Now, occasionally it was drunk Jim, but it was Rockstar.
I couldn't hear you. I was too far in the back. All right, so do you want to go first or do you want me to go first?
Well, I thought you all had the same.
Well, but I would like to address it.
Go ahead, compliment.
Yeah.
Is it Rockstar?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead then. If it's not Rockstar, then I'll go.
No, okay. I knew that was going to be your best because we both win, and I mean, how could it not be? Rockstar, I didn't know what to expect. I've seen Black Jacket before. First of all, Jim said 3,000. I don't know what the concert hall holds. Do you know?
I think it's around there.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I mean, it was packed wall to wall. That's what blew me away, first of all, that y'all are selling out a venue like that. Because big national acts come into that venue. I mean, there have been some big names that have played at the BJCC concert.
I mean, Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock were.
They're in the arena.
Yeah,
they're
Coliseum.
But
anyway, but that's where Hamilton was. Hamilton was on that stage.
I mean, it was crazy for that crowd, and I could not believe. I've heard you. I know how talented you are. I had heard you do Black Jacket Symphony. I could not believe how good y'all were at doing Fleetwood Mac. I mean, it was incredible.
To show you how good it was, Rockstar, there were times that I kept looking. Is it Jess?
Yes.
There were times that I just stared at her mouth to see if she was you make it dirty, to see if she was lip syncing. No. It sounded so much like the real album.
That's what Jay said, that it was like Edge of 17. He was like, it was Stevie Nicks.
Lance, I wish you could see it. It is so good.
Okay, but let me say this though. I've seen Rockstar and Taylor Honeycutt do Rumors. I didn't think he could get better than Taylor. I mean,
they're two like
professional photographer there. Look at that.
They're two different
Very
entities.
good, Jim.
Thank you.
They're two different entities. I can't compare that. I love working with both of them. So like, there's no one's better than the other. They sing different styles.
So anyway, I saw it. It was, and I'm not a Fleetwood Mac fan, but I thought it was incredible.
What's the last song on the album portion? What's the name of the song?
Gold Dust Woman.
Gold Dust Woman. There's a part where, and Dunaway caught it on video, where Stevie Nicks in the actual song, it's a typical Stevie Nicks move where she sings and she kind of does this little growl, like this gravelly growl, a rasp at the end. And Jess did that, and the entire place came unglued. Like it was I heard somebody say like Stevie Nicks is actually in concert there in a month or two, and
she might not do as well.
No, that's what somebody said.
She's 69 years old.
She won't sound more like Stevie Nicks than Jess did. It's crazy.
It was unbelievable, and you undersold. You undersold how much you sing in this thing, because how many times when he would go on tour, I'm just a Lindsey Buckingham. I'm just
because you always ask me about Landslide and who was not on the stage on
Well,
Landslide.
you were
not.
Yeah.
But it was to me it was the Rockstar show.
Well,
I mean, Rockstar was the focus.
That's what Jay said. Jay said, "Look, I knew Rockstar was a talented guy, but I thought he was just." Kind of a local musician that didn't do much.
That's
and he's
true.
like, I can't believe how talented. And I said, that's one of the reasons I was dragging him to American Idol 15 years ago. And you saw how much success Jess had on American Idol.
And the couple that we took with us, the female Amy, she is a fantastic singer. And for her, I'm not just going to make her sound bad, but for her to be as impressed with the show as she was, it shows you how good it was, because she's not easily impressed by musical talent.
It was perfect person for you to hang out with.
We're best friends, yes. She was blown away.
What made me laugh, Rhiannon was probably our third to last song. And when you're up on stage, the lights are so bright in your face, you can see the first 2 rows. Sometimes you look out there and you just see darkness, or just bright light. You can't see faces, you see shadows. And so in Rhiannon, there's pockets all over the place you see where women are standing and singing. It's almost every venue. Rhiannon is a big hit, especially with the women. And so I look to my right, which would be stage right, and I see a woman, a blonde, and I was like, I kind of smile because it's Maggie Dunaway. She is just going up there dancing and singing Rhiannon. So then I see Dunaway gives me a little wry grin.
Yeah.
And so
they were together?
Yeah, so Dunaway got the better seats than Brown, I'm guessing.
There's no doubt about that. I did sit next to a musician's family, though.
All right.
Yeah. This is going to be a Dunaway line, but I want to say this, and I want to say it genuinely. I don't want to steal your script here. Honest, and this is honest admission, there were a couple times in the show I got choked up for you.
It was the beginning?
No.
Well, that's the other thing. You know that we don't lip sync. So
yeah, no, you don't lip sync because they had to start the show over. Rockstar's mic wasn't on.
Yeah,
but there were a couple times, Dunaway, I got choked up. I never came to tears, but there was a little lump in my throat watching Rockstar perform. Did the same thing happen to you?
No, I composed this during
I wrote a song for you.
Go ahead and finish, but
I just, Lance, I can't explain it, but Rockstar, I mean, look, we're all family here, right? And this is like a member of our family, and I just envisioned Rockstar standing on that stage, a kid that grew up in Birmingham and has played to nobody at restaurants before. Rockstar makes a running joke. He'll text us photos of him playing and seats being empty. And his hometown sold out a big venue, for him to do this. Like, I put myself in your place, and I realized how meaningful it must have been to you. And I, honest to goodness, a couple times got choked up for you.
I just texted Forrester. This will give Forrester a chance to
put it on the screen.
To pull it up real quick.
One-up Brown.
But they take a break. If you ever go see this, if you're watching this in a different part of the country, it's an amazing show. But it is, after they take an intermission, after they play the Rumors, they come back and play other hits from the. So during the intermission, I'm sitting there and I'm like you. I've just many times have been choked up. So I sit there and, how you write a tweet and you put it in the draft so you can tweet it later on when I had all the pictures I wanted to put with it. And I truly believe what Brown was saying. There were moments I was totally choked up. And I wrote this. It's amazing to watch Rockstar do what he was born to do. Talented at so many things, but on stage, he soars. There is pure joy in our hearts to see him up there
and know that this West Coast tour will be such a bucket list item for him, Rockstar Forever. And that's what Brown was talking about.
Yep.
We're all of us up here, all 10 of us counting Tyler, are so excited for what the next 6 weeks will be for you.
It's going to be thank you, but it's going to be exhausting.
No, I know it will, but I don't know. I'm so glad I went because and Tripp has summed it up better than I could. It's pretty cool watching a family member live out their dream. And I was watching you play to a packed house in your hometown. It was crazy.
I was thinking about it this morning because I knew today's your last day. And it's like things happen for a reason. I mean, for us to be able to do this, like if we weren't doing this, if we were working for Cumulus, you wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, you'd have had to quit.
Yeah, they would have told you, hey, look,
this or that.
Yeah, you can either keep your job or you can go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a bucket list. It's one of those things that I'm like, I'll probably never get this opportunity again. And lo and behold, I never thought it'd be doing Fleetwood Mac music, but I'll take it. But it is going to talk to my wife this morning. It is going to be, it's scary, exciting, and it is going to be so exhausting. I can't imagine.
We're going to take care of Nancy while you're gone.
Wow. Oh, thank you.
Well, like he's going to prison and we're the...
Oh, she's got a kid now, too.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Cord was up here Friday. You weren't.
Yeah. I was working.
Can I say this, too? And this is the selfish side of me. We've all got a selfish side. Like, there's part of me that's like, I'm happy Rockstar's getting to do this, but no offense to Tyler or anyone, it's when we're a man down, it just makes things more complicated.
And it's going to be a long time.
It's going to be a long time. We're going to be a man down, and you contribute so much to the show. We are going to miss that. But honest to goodness, as I sat there Friday night, as I sat there Friday night watching the show, I'm like, thank God he's doing it, though.
Yep.
Because...
Well, I'm curious what your expectations were.
That it would be...
Yeah, because the way you're talking about it...
No. That it would be good, not that good.
Oh.
I was...
Because I've never choked up on you. So.
Well, Lance has a heart of stone, though. I mean,
you're the one that said you're the one that let your dog run away.
Hey,
he chose to run away.
You pull up your first text the day after from Brown and tell me that's my done away like text. Pull it up, read it.
No, I don't want to roll that person under the bus, but there was an issue. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. But
okay.
It is pointed out. Like I am well aware of it, but to have pointed out it's not fun.
Well, I mean, I want you to get it fixed
because I was writing down to Auburn. And so I'm on the Bluetooth, and so the Bluetooth reads what people are texting each other, and I was like, "Ooh, damn! I don't think that came out the way Brown intended." But it was not a Rockstar fault.
No, of course not.
But there's remotes you do. Every room is different.
Every room is different,
and that person had feels awful because I mean we recovered. Thank God it was the first song, not the fourth. But we recovered from it and everything. But so he feels awful.
Oh, I took it as it didn't sound good the whole.
He said that too multiple times.
Who said that, Brown?
Yeah. It sounded fine where I was.
Oh yeah, you were sitting on the stage.
Yeah. We were nowhere close to the
soundboard, which is where I want to sit. Yeah, my wife bought the tickets.
Would you have said something too if you were by the soundboard? Hey, real quick.
Oh yeah.
But hey, in honesty, hey,
I've texted the sound guy at church and be like, "Hey, Pastor, a little low right now. I could use some more Pastor."
When we, because you can buy Next Black Jacket Symphony at the show, right? And that's how you get the really up close seats, and that's how we got our seats. Maggie bought them. And she's QR coding with, Tom Petty's the next one. She's
I can't wait for that one.
She's ready to go to that one. And she goes, "You excited about us getting tickets to Tom Petty?" And I said, "I don't think Rockstar's in that one. So I don't know if I want to
No, that's what everybody was like. I didn't know Rockstar
doing it, and Jay is fantastic.
Jay's doing it?
Yeah, almost better than the way I am with Pearl Jam. Jay is with the Beatles, but he sounds so much better as Petty for some
Does he really?
He is a great Petty.
I can't wait for that one. I love Tom Petty.
I'm not a Petty guy.
Love Tom Petty.
So Maggie has tickets.
I like Jay, though.
Yeah.
Ooh, you got a decision to make.
That's what I call it.
I think I'm going to pass.
Don't be a birthday party.
Yeah.
I mean, put it this way. Tom Petty was playing at the Super Bowl I was at, and I went to get a beer.
Tom Petty is one of the best concerts I have ever seen. Tom Petty.
You won't see it again.
I'll see Jay Willoughby do it.
Lunsford, your dad does sound not at Brown's church though. Okay.
No.
I thought you just
listen. And for the
dad
record, the guy the main guy at my church at Shades Mountain Baptist is Ryan Maynard, and he never screws it up. But you have you got a lot of people working on a Sunday, right? Couple services, you got a lot of people. I just think if the word of God is going to spread, Rockstar, everybody needs to hear it.
A little more treble in the voice, a little too low.
So
right
if I'm having trouble hearing George Wright, who's very loud anyway, you know that George doesn't need much amplification. But if I'm having trouble hearing George's words, I just want to make sure everybody gets to hear the word of God. I think I am serving God by doing this.
Pull the curtain back a little bit when we have headphones and stuff, and you use Brown's headphones. If one goes to 10, Brown's is always on 9.5.
No, I'm deaf as a post. But there's a lot of old people in there that can't hear the word of God. They need saved too, right?
You know why I don't do that at the Methodist Church? Because their response would quickly be, you know what? We'll take volunteers to run the soundboard. Come on back.
I can't. I'm busy. I'm allergic. I got buttons.
I'm not going to be fingers on. All right. Back to Super Bowl reaction and what Alabama did over the weekend and everything else going in sports as we roll on here. Part of the show today being brought to you by our wonderful friends at Slice. They will get you ready for lunch, dinner, or any big event going on as we get ready for our trips out of town. Remember, if you're heading to the lake or coming back from the lake and you don't want to cook dinner, just grab a sliced pizza. Take that home.
A local pizza, local ingredients, created by the Bajalia brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris, still running 4 locations now. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, and the newest location in Crestline. And you're talking about picking up those pizzas. The curbside family pack every single day at $75. Get 12 fire-baked wings. You get a half pan of the salad, any 2 of the specialty pizzas. For more information, go online today, slicebirmingham.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel @NextRoundLive and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's @NextRoundLive on YouTube.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
All right, you see the Black Jacket Symphony Rumors Tour about to head west. And you leave tonight, Rocky, is that correct?
Leave tonight. It all starts tomorrow afternoon.
And tomorrow is where? Memphis?
Metairie, Louisiana. It's like a suburb of New Orleans.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
So our April listens to the show down in Metairie. She'll be at that show, I think. Hopefully she has gotten her tickets.
You be on Bourbon Street after the show?
Oh, you know Rocky.
I will be in my bunk after the show because we got like 5 Texas stops after that.
Do you shower on the bus?
No, we don't have a shower on the bus. So usually, hopefully, majority of venues have showers. And I would keep a review. Some of them have been old men peeing on you, the consistency. Some of them have been like a fire hydrant. There was one in Macon, Georgia.
Knock you over.
Like, it was insane. Like, you had to hold on. Like, we shared a dressing room with 3 other guys. I remember Heath, the bassist, was taking a shower, and he just started laughing. He's like, oh, my God, because it's just a fire hose on you. And then there's some that's just trickle-down water that take 30 minutes to get warm.
Are you going to do a daily diary for us?
I've done a daily diary just for myself.
Well, you're going to join us on video, though, so I mean, you can.
I don't know how. But how we're doing that.
I think it'd be good.
Doing it via Zoom?
Good little, what do we call them, shorts or whatever, a 15-second story. If you just show us the shower, just the shower update every day, the shower of what it looks like.
Or if this venue has laundry, because we're going to have laundry too. I can't bring everything I own.
But it's funny. I thought about that with everybody on the bus. If the shower was on the bus, or every time when you got to town.
No shower on the bus.
Well, you could just rent a hotel room, take a shower.
That's what they usually do for the bus driver. Once the bus parks, you get a hotel room for the rest of the day. You sleep, and then you come back and drive us to the next place.
Yeah, good for him. A nice guy too. He's the
I
one that
talked
brought
to him
us
after the show. I don't know if you saw him.
I did not see him.
Brandon's great.
He's the guy who brought us my cousin brother Matt.
Cousin Matt.
Who he called, and I talked to cousin brother Matt after the show. He's like, Brownie, come talk to him. So I talked to him, and he was like, did it come across as crazy? I was like, why would you think that? No. Why would you say that?
Are we doing a Mystery Fifth Hour with him this week?
Well, he's all about it.
We're going to do it differently, not Mystery Fifth Hour, though. We're going to make it a separate podcast with him,
I think
right?
so, yeah.
We're going to keep doing Mystery Fifth Hour. We're going to have our own cousin brother Sal. Matt.
He was all about it, yeah.
So, Sal would be a good one, too.
Cousin brother Sal.
No, callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. We're about to get to something from the Super Bowl that you Auburn fans know all too well, going back to your national championship game against Oregon, something we even talked about on this show on Friday before it even happened. Now everybody's talking about it. Callwaynes.com. Everybody's been talking about that for 50 years as well. They're celebrating 50 years with our friends at Wayne's, and they want to say thank you to all their loyal customers and communities they've served for the 50 years they've been in business. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, and mosquito services right now with our friends at Wayne. Just go to callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. Use the promo code TNR. This offer is good for existing customers as you add the services, or for new customers as well. $50 off pest, $50 off termite, $50 off lawn, $50 off mosquito services, and you can stack those to save $100, $150. Offers good through February the 28th. Callwaynes.com. Go to callwaynes.com and use the promo code TNR, or you can call them up. Either way, callwaynes.com. TNR is your promo code to get the big savings right there. Brownie, what did you think of the playing surface?
It's awful. I don't know why we keep playing games in this stadium. State Farm, if you've ever been to State Farm Stadium, you've been there, right, Lance?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times.
Yeah, State Farm. First of all, for those of you that have never been out there for an Alabama National Championship game or an Auburn National Championship game or Cardinals or whatever, it is in the middle of nowhere. Glendale is a good half hour outside of Phoenix.
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
Middle of nowhere.
And about the same distance from Scottsdale, where usually everybody stays when the game's in Glendale. I felt like they built it where they built it, Brown, expecting everything to build up to it or around it.
Yeah, and it hasn't. So, A, middle of nowhere. B, the ugliest stadium I've ever seen. Now, I don't know that matters.
Toaster in the desert.
Toaster in the desert. Just an ugly stadium. I mean, just looks awful. C, and this is not related to the stadium, but everybody out there has rocks for their yard. It's the weirdest place I've been. I can't spend more than a day or two in Phoenix again. I mean, no grass, just rocks for yard. I don't get that. But
Maggie and I are about to spend 6 days.
I'm actually going out that way this summer too. But I just don't understand why you would want to live somewhere where you have to have rocks for your yard. That's C. But to the D, before I get to the playing surface, the stadium itself, once you get inside, looks like they ran out of money. Like, you get inside and you look around and you're like, did they like have a $100 million budget and then they got to $100 million? You're like, well, we got to stop here. They didn't finish painting. They got a bunch of exposed pipe. It's just an awful looking stadium. But the real issue is their playing surface is terrible, and they change the playing surface all the time, Every one of them is like an ice rink.
Well, they try to be really unique. When they first did it, it was the turf that they would roll out into the sunlight and then roll it back in for game time.
Yeah, they grew it naturally, so it's real grass in a dome.
And now they've just recently spent $800,000 for this upgrade, and I was talking to Aaron Suttles about it yesterday. Why not just get sports turf?
That's what they're going to have to do.
Yeah, I mean, just
they've tried.
Suck it up. Yeah, we tried the real surface is not going to work.
Yeah, because this goes back, and you guys remember this, Auburn and Oregon, they were two of the most exciting offensive teams in college football that year, and they played a 22-19 national championship game where you had the best athlete in college football, Cam Newton, slipping and sliding out there. In that Oregon, those skill players at Oregon doing the same thing. It's a shame, and that was a 2010 season, 2011 national championship game, BCS game. Over a decade later, we're playing a Super Bowl and still doing the same thing, and it does it in the regular season. It does it all the freaking time.
Your Rams play there every year. Have you noticed it in regular season Rams games?
No,
because I tweeted about it. I had a 49ers fan tweet and say it happens all the time to us.
I really haven't noticed it. It seems like the bigger games, but then I go back, one of the times I was there for Patriots and Giants, that's been 15 years ago. You guys remember that Super Bowl well. It was low scoring, but I don't really remember
field conditions.
Yeah, like any kind of slippage.
I've seen it in the Fiesta Bowl. I've seen it in college football playoff games out there. It's just they can't do this. They've tried.
But Bama Clemson, there wasn't any problem.
And I said that to Aaron Suttles. I said, I don't remember any slippage in that great Alabama Clemson game, but I remember it in Auburn, Oregon, and every time since then. El Tigre says it'll be the last Super Bowl played in that stadium.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the players are pissed, both sides, even Kansas City winning.
These are, Sporting News, Phil Yates, Matt Slareth. They even the opening kickoff, the kicker slips on the opening kickoff.
And this is not what the NFL wants. It was the big, what ultimately was the biggest play of the game was the made field goal by Butker, and Greg Olson's like, I know they centered the ball on purpose when Mahomes took the knee, but what it has done now is the hold is on this logo where everybody's been slipping all night. I'm like, well, I'm sure the NFL loved that, the biggest play of the year. And rightfully, the analyst is calling out the fact that they could slip right here.
Well, hats off to Fox. They didn't shy away. They showed people after Rihanna out there tapping down turf. During timeouts, they were tapping down turf. But it's not like you're just losing your footing. It's slick. Terry Bradshaw, God love him, he didn't understand why Jalen Hurts had changed cleats from the first to the second quarters. Well, he changed cleats because he wanted more traction.
He wanted his feet. Keep his feet. Yeah, I don't get it. And I look again. Hey, great idea to have it where you could roll it outside and grow it and just roll it in for the game. But once it gets inside, something's happening.
Well,
they can't continue to do this.
It took in the 60s, it took the folks at the Astrodome who, if you remember, when they built the eighth wonder of the world, the Astrodome, originally the plan, they had grass. They were going to grow grass inside, and they had it to where it was going to be grass. Well, they played the whole baseball season on dirt. The grass never took.
Oh, really?
It took them 1 year to figure out, hey, that's not working. It's inside. We went to what was called AstroTurf. It was, I think, invented for that inside the Astrodome the next year. And the rest is history. I mean, I'd rather play on real grass, but if you're going to have mostly a dome stadium, you can't do it. Can't do it.
I don't get it. I don't know why they keep giving that place games, but Lance is right. That place is now, 15 years old? Is that what you just said?
Oh, yeah. So I guess it was it was built the year before that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So probably a little over 15.
So, I mean, you're almost to the point where you're not going to get them anymore because of your age. I mean, Nashville's about to get a new stadium. That'll get them in the rotation.
Minneapolis we're going. That's a
Minneapolis. Vegas is getting next year. That's a new stadium.
Indianapolis is still going to be in the mix.
Yeah,
right?
They're always going to be in the mix. I think Atlanta's always going to be in the mix. SoFi. So, I mean, I could see where Arizona doesn't get one again unless they build a new stadium.
Yeah. Lunsford with a great point, back row. That's why Rihanna did her halftime show on those platforms above the grass. If she had stepped on the field with that baby bump, who knows what would have happened.
Protecting that kid.
Hey, her platform, though, was shaking. Did you notice that?
Well, I lived on a billboard for a while, LT, and that's got a post. There's no way you can be suspended in the air and not move a little bit.
Yeah, but, I'm sitting there thinking if pregnant Rihanna falls off this platform.
She's at least tethered.
Yeah, she's harnessed in.
But at that point, she's just going to be hanging in midair.
Falling with it.
Yeah, like if you go look at on the platform, there's two little, you can see brackets there, and you can't see the wiring. They've got it so wired up to where you can't notice that.
But so she's pretty strapped in there.
But if the platform falls.
But if she goes off and goes down, like, DeMar Hamlin, they called a regular season game because of that situation. They're just going to scrape Rihanna up and they're going to keep playing.
Yeah,
It's going to be really uncomfortable.
Sorry, we did not finish halftime.
Yeah,
Lance is right. I don't know. Well, I don't want to say that, but
we're going to run to a quick commercial break. We'll be back.
Yeah, we're not going to show us get her off the field, but we're going to play the second half. No, they're not going to miss the second half of the Super Bowl.
Brown has one more thing on the Super Bowl he wants to talk about after LT tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212, that is the number you need to call. Cleaning the gutters out, it's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get out that dangerous ladder. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the phone call today, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It is Gutter Cap.
So Tom Rinaldi went to great lengths. It was almost like this was staged. I know a lot of people think the NFL staged now. Talking in the pregame about how Nick Sirianni, like when he was a kid, one of his first Super Bowl memories was the Whitney Houston national anthem, and we all remember that. And he's like, I've always envisioned myself standing on the sidelines of a Super Bowl hearing the national anthem. And he said, I think when it happens, my emotions will be hard to contain. I really did think, based on all of that, it was pretty cool to see him. When Fox cut right to him, he wasn't crying yet. And then they cut to him and crying. I thought that was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah, look, and that was legitimate.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of people that don't like Sirianni.
Yeah, but they had set the story up so you knew what was going on in his mind there.
And I saw a tweet last night that said, this is when God stepped in on the game when Sirianni did the first down.
Yeah.
And that's basically when the game did turn.
Yeah, he's not a likable guy, but I thought that was a very cool situation.
Oh, it was.
Did you see Jalen's reaction?
Yeah.
When he did that, he sort of put his arm down and said something to him. It was almost like he said, man, we don't do that.
Yeah.
Almost like he was coaching up the coach. Yeah. But the game turned at that point, like there. It was sort of a Jimmy landmine.
Yeah. By the way, Chris Stapleton, phenomenal on the anthem. I could listen to him sing anything.
He was really, really good. All right, more to get to, including what Bobby's pointing out here. I have this written down. When we come back, always quick Super Bowl odds. For next year's Super Bowl champion. We get more Super Bowl, more on Alabama's big win. The new AP poll comes out at the top of the hour. Will Alabama be number one? Brown will let us know. We'll go ahead and tell you in advance. Brown will have the top 10. He will not have the entire poll at the top of the hour. That's just the way it gets released.
With the SEC, it's becoming less important to have anything beyond the top 10.
That's exactly right. And still a lot more to get to, including some college football news that is important when it comes to coaching, or at least analysts that are out there. All that's still to come on the show right here. We're TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on The Next Round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Okay, that Mincy video is ready to go. We'll do it at the top of the hour. So next segment, stay tuned as we kick off the second half of the show with that. Our friends at Precision Sports will get you back into the game, and then we'll get to these odds that Bobby's pointing out. It is good news for Rockstar's Lions compared to everyone else on the show. That's coming up.
You don't get that much. Rockstar's Lions good news.
Yeah.
No, we don't. But I'll take playoffs. I don't care about this. We're not going to make the Super Bowl, but I'll take
you guys
playoffs.
will be in the playoffs next year, but they are going to be that trendy pick.
Yeah, Precision Sports gets you back in the game.
2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885, the website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweak that shoulder putting up those Christmas decorations, injured the elbow shooting hoops in the driveway. Let 2023 be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
So this has changed a little bit from the Super Bowl, the ones I saw before the game, but both of them had Kansas City at around plus 500, plus 550 to win the Super Bowl. No surprise there. They'll be the favorites again next year. The one I saw before the game had the Bengals second. This one has the 49ers second. Both of them had the Bills third. Both had the Eagles fourth. And this one has the Bengals fifth. The one I saw had 49ers fifth. Then everyone agrees after that. Cowboys sixth. Chargers seventh. Jaguars eighth. Lions, the ninth best odds to win the Super Bowl, plus 3,000.
I'll take it. What were they last year?
Oh, much lower than that, I would imagine.
28.
So where are my Rams right now?
That's plus 3,000 for the Lions. I had them at plus 25 before the Super Bowl. The next group of teams was plus 3,000. Rams and Dolphins were together.
That's right. Two of my Dolphins, Lance. Welcome in.
Yeah,
how's it feel?
Hey, we will be back next year.
How's this neighborhood feel?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Hey, don't act like you're living in the slums, man. We both got a chance. Dolphins got a chance.
So 10th or below. 10th or below is where the Rams were. If you don't think the Buccaneers are about to suck for a while, turn Forrester's mic on for this reaction. If you don't think the Buccaneers are about to suck for a while, we have the same odds of winning the Super Bowl next year as the freaking Falcons.
Who's got the longest odds, Texans or
Texans.
Panthers?
Texans.
Where are the Panthers?
Trying to remember I told you the three teams behind me. I think it was Colts, Texans, and somebody else. Maybe it was the Panthers. So, but plus 8,000 for the Buccaneers and the Falcons.
The one you sent earlier had Jets fairly high. Bobby's the one he's got does not.
It had the Jets. It had the Jets ahead of you guys.
Well, you know what? They're
that's
assuming,
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, they're thinking Aaron Rodgers is going there.
Yeah, maybe that has changed since before the Super Bowl, Brown, because you're right. It had the Jets, I think, somewhere right after the Cowboys, ahead of the Chargers.
Well, you know, Aaron Rodgers is going to go from being the best quarterback in his conference to being fourth or fifth.
If he goes to the AFC, especially, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's crazy. Derek Carr making news over the weekend as well. Speaking of quarterbacks who could be on the move, after spending 2 days in New Orleans, he comes back and he tells the Raiders, no, I'm not waiving my no-trade clause. So by Wednesday, they have to release him or they owe him millions of dollars. This way, he's going to be able to pick and choose which team he goes to as opposed to being traded. He has a no-trade clause. The Raiders will cut him before Wednesday, and then he will pick his destination instead of being traded there, which is a smart move. But it'll be a gamble because if he'd let them trade him, he would have that team would have still been on the hook for the contract.
So Derek Carr, give me some spots.
Okay, there's
all the NFC South.
Yeah, the
anybody in the NFC South, and any of them could win the division with him.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're all tightly bunched this year.
I think your favorite will be wherever he goes.
The favorite in the NFC South is where he goes. Yeah, I would agree completely.
The Jets, obviously, they want Aaron Rodgers.
Right, but if they don't get him Derek Carr,
It'll be an upgrade.
It's an upgrade. Look, they had to bench Zach Wilson.
Yeah, but you Falcons, you say, with Pitts and Drake London and Cordell Patterson, I mean, that's an instant win place for him, right?
Look, and Arthur Smith's a really good offensive coach. Yeah, he just hasn't had a quarterback. And I thought, even with from Mariota to when Ritter would play, those guys weren't bad.
I mean, that's a 7-10 team last year.
Yep.
Again, just a game out of the division. Your team won it at 8-9. So yeah, you throw Derek Carr in there. That's a team that could flip that record around. They could be 10-7 with Derek Carr.
JM Dog doesn't know what you're talking about. Atlanta don't want no Derek Carr. Come on, JM Dog.
Well, ask Forrester. He's the resident Falcons fan. Forrester, you want Derek Carr?
I would take Derek Carr, but I really want Lamar Jackson.
Interesting. Yeah, the boy Lamar Jackson.
Well, put me down as a Buccaneer fan. I'd love Derek Carr. Would love him.
Would you want Lamar Jackson?
Lamar Jackson's not going to leave Baltimore. Come on.
Well, Scott thinks he is.
Come on. MVP right there. Former MVP, right?
Yeah. No, he is.
I'm not saying he's going to, but I want to see it.
Yeah. Scott's all of a sudden playing Madden back there. He's just like changing players around so he could have the good running quarterback.
Yeah. Give me Joe Burrow then.
Yeah.
So do you think Kansas City's a dynasty yet?
Not yet. I mean, look, they've been to 5 consecutive AFC championship games.
Hosted all 5 of them.
Hosted all 5. You can make the argument should have won all 5. I mean, it's as close as you'll get to what we saw with the Patriots. It's funny, Travis Kelce, not a big fan. Might end up being the greatest tight end of all time, but him after, nobody believed in us. We were underdogs.
Yeah.
Like
nobody believed in us.
Somebody tweeted that last night. They're like, who is this person saying that they didn't believe in the Chiefs? And I said, the same people that convinced the Georgia Bulldogs that somebody had them going 8-4 this year or something.
They picked us 7-5. The guy said it was like there was nobody in their right mind to pick you
imaginary
7-5.
media outlets.
Yeah. Yesterday was the first time they were an underdog in
any
postseason game since Patrick Mahomes has been there.
Yeah, and they were a 1.5-point underdog. It's not like they were a 3-touchdown dog that won this thing.
And it felt like, now the Bills were the preseason. They were the sexy pick that they were going to win the AFC. Even into the season, you were saying Bills, but it was always Bills or Chiefs, Bills or Bengals.
Yeah, so no, I switched. I went, mid-season from Bills to Bengals, and I stuck with San Francisco the whole year. I mean, both those teams were extremely close. I do think San Francisco is going to be fascinating what they do at quarterback. I think they probably stand pat with Trey Lance or Brock Purdy. But if they go out and they get a Derek Carr or an Aaron Rodgers, I mean, to me, they would be the Super Bowl favorite.
That's a really good roster they've got there. And by the way, Brock Purdy does have an MCL tear. He will do surgery coming up on February the 22nd, but they think he'll be ready when camp and the preseason starts next year. All right, top of the hour. You'll see that Mincy video. We'll get back to Alabama's big win and the new AP poll, which will come out in part of the next segment. All that's coming up. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. Orlovsky will join us on the show tomorrow after his stay in Vegas in the desert. I'm going to put that yellow light, Brown. He's been away from home for 13 straight days. I'm going to go yellow light on Orlovsky.
I don't know. I was texting with him over the weekend, and he said about a matter unrelated to our show, and he said, hey, see you Tuesday. Can't wait to talk about the game. So he was thinking about it now.
Oh, all right.
Nice and tired.
That's good.
Never know. MyBookie.ag, they bring you Dan Orlovsky every single Tuesday with us throughout the playoffs, and you can jump on board with MyBookie.ag right now. Lance has pegged Auburn as a decent favorite over Missouri. Alabama a slight favorite on the road at Tennessee. Those games and all the college basketball games right there at MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND gets you that sign-up bonus. You sign up, make your first deposit, they give you a bonus. Now, listen, a lot of people are going to do that to get your business, but what they don't tell you is you're going to have to bet it 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, up to 10 times for it to become yours. Not mybookie.ag. You bet it one time, one singular time, and it is yours for life. That's how they treat you at mybookie.ag better than anyone does. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, code next round to get on board. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Is Alabama number one? We'll find out when we return on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Again, that was a very Dunaway-like comment.
No, I mean,
right there.
I don't know why I have become the target of so much criticism on this in this suite here for just trying to help Rockstar out.
I never brought it back up. You came in here and brought it back up.
Well, I brought it back up because you were so beat up about it. I was like,
I'm not
Rockstar,
beat
it was
up
not
about
a
it.
criticism of you.
I'm not beat up about it. I was just saying the first thing I hear is basically a criticism of a performance.
No, not performance.
That has a lot. A microphone has a lot to do with the performance.
James writes in at Next Round Live, what a great show it was.
It
I was
was.
so impressed with all the musicians and especially the three vocalists nailing the solos, the harmonies. Good luck on the road. What a perfect mix the other night audio was.
Oh, bull crappiness.
Jim Dunaway.
Sincerely, Helen Keller.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, who's with us. And this is your last show until when? It didn't dawn on me until. When are you back with us?
We are back. I think we have a final show on the March 13th to the 14th. So wherever that day.
I get the distinct. So no bubble talk with you. You will be on the road for the entire bubble.
Yeah, I want to hear if Auburn gets in or not.
I get the distinct feeling you don't want to do the video stuff with us every day.
No, I do. I want to be on the West Coast too, so it's going to be super early for me. I just don't know what y'all are planning on doing. If it's going to be a certain specific time every day.
I think what we do, we let this be organic. When you've got good stuff, you pop on with us. When you don't, you don't. There's no obligation.
Okay.
I know sometimes when I go on the road and we're saying, okay, we need to do 7 videos today. And you find yourself like, well, crap, there's not 7 things I need to shoot.
Here's my pinky toenail.
I don't know. It's always fun to check in with you. And although you'll be 2 hours behind, still, I mean, the 12 o'clock hour is the 10 o'clock hour.
I'm going to disagree with Dunaway. Just assume we want to check in with you.
Yeah.
Make that assumption.
Okay.
Whether you got anything or not.
Okay.
Yep. So what song did you sing last night, Rockstar?
Yeah, see, Jim does not think it's going to work well.
What's the city like?
I could care less about what he sings. I just want to see the city. Where are you? What's the surroundings? Give us a fun.
So far, both rooms he's joined us in have been no artwork, brick walls.
Yeah, it's either that or the bus.
Yeah, so work on your background.
and bad connections. Both times been bad connections, brick walls.
So I'm excited about joining you guys on Zoom. Cannot wait. Audio mixing. I'll get my guy to mix it.
Yeah.
We'll see your lips moving.
Okay, so if you think Brown criticizing Rockstar's audio mix is bad, wait till you see this box opening from Mincy. Mincy, who does this for a living, has somebody to shoot this video, is at another Pelican game dressed like a Mardi Gras clown. And Mincy's the greatest guy in the world, but you've got to pre-open some of this stuff. Like when you don't do this either on Bama and Bourbon. Anytime I host Bama and Bourbon, I pre-open the bottle, so that I'm not sitting there struggling with it.
No, but I think that's part of the natural conversation that we have is opening the bottle of bourbon.
It's actually one of my favorite parts of Bama Bourbon is when Aaron's talking and Lance is in the background fighting the bottle. He's like, this son of
I can't open this thing.
Sometimes they're easy and sometimes they're hard, but I think that's part of it.
So it's bobblehead doll night at the Pelicans game the other night, and Mincy tries to do a video while opening the box.
All right, what's up, fellas? We're back in the blender for the 4th time in the last week. See if the Pels can win their 4th in a row. I'm all over the Pels +3 tonight. We're red hot. I'm red hot. Let's let it ride. We got Mardi Gras bobblehead night as a present for being a Pels fan. So let's check out. Let's see what we got here. It's a little sloppy. Open it.
Get it out.
Yeah, man.
There are people sitting below it, by the way.
Wow.
I've seen smoother transactions. I feel like I'm not making any friends among our fan base here. But sorry, Belgian fans. Let's see what we got here. That's pretty cool. We got a little Mardi Gras bobblehead. Nola, a little Pierre the Pelican.
We got
package a lot of crap everywhere all over these poor fans. So I hope they forgive us. I guess it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. What about now? Let's go, Bell.
It's all over it.
Wow.
What a
That guy's
goofball.
covering
that
his
guy's
beard.
lucky he doesn't have a beard. Did he have a beard?
He was covering it up at
Oh.
some point there.
I thought he was just texting.
That is
It's
so
not a beer.
funny.
I thought it was a beer he had in his hand.
Yeah,
there,
it's
that
just part
orange
of
thing.
his shirt. But he has got that stuff all over him now, unless somebody's sitting behind him.
He's not really graying on the top. That's just all of the fallout
That
from
is
Mincy.
hilarious.
He's going to see
Freaking
Dr. B.
Oh, Mincy,
Mincy
man.
is the best. I love that guy.
Can't wait till he's in studio again. Maybe he'll come up for SEC baseball or something like that.
He normally does, yeah.
Part of the hour brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. I got a chance to see the crew down at Auburn. They had a big setup down at Auburn.
Yeah, we had a great meeting on, and I just emailed the staff the
Friday.
flyer that's going to be out. Did I already send it Friday?
No.
On Friday, you had the meeting on Friday.
Yeah, I had the meeting on Friday, but just sent out the flyer that's actually going to be on some tabletops around town. Win Chuck's Bucks. We've got. We won't be able to register that. You can go on and scan the QR code, and we will send you a reminder for Bracket Challenge. But you're gonna have an opportunity to win $1 million from Chuck.
Yep.
So looking forward to that. But if you're just looking for a great vodka, we had plenty of it flowing yesterday at the house for the Super Bowl. Ask for it by name. It's locally owned and operated. It is Redmont Vodka, available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place, Pink Package, also ABC stores. Again, ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
And Chris, you are correct. I'm not a doctor. UCL, not MCL, on the Brock Purdy surgery that he's having in his throwing arm there. Brownie, is the new AP poll out yet?
It is not, Jim. I have not seen it yet.
Okay, we're waiting for the new AP poll to see where Alabama is. Nate Oats, though, rock star, cut number 1 after Alabama goes down to Auburn and gets a big win over the weekend. That's why the Tide's still in conversation for number 1 in the country. They're off to their best start in program history, tying the 75-76 team with a 22-3 start. What that means is if they win Wednesday at Tennessee, it'll be the best start in Alabama basketball history. Here's Nate Oats about getting booed down at Neville Arena.
Yeah, I don't think it would. I think we'd get booed whether we win, lose, or whatever. They don't like Alabama over here very well. So, but yeah, it's a lot better to be booed than to have the court storm and have to try to figure out how to get off. So, I know it was their Super Bowl, and so it was nice to come win over here when it was. We got their best version, I feel like.
Yeah.
Again.
Listen, I defended him Friday. I thought, it's a throwaway line, guys. Super Bowl weekend. He means it's their biggest game. No, that was calculated.
His FU, after he says something, he goes straight to the water.
Yes. We've
That's
learned that on this show.
Because he said, maybe one day we'll get a new arena.
Yeah, we get enough donations.
Yeah, if you were playing poker with him and he goes to that, he's got a good hand.
I'll call.
No, that was him taking a shot. Listen, I love it, though. I love it. I mean, last year, Bruce Pearl doing the crane kick, dancing with the broom. This year, Nate Oats talking Super Bowl and stuff like that. This is becoming, first of all, this rivalry matters now in basketball. There have been times where Alabama's been really good and Auburn's been really good. Rarely have we had these two merge where they've both been, an SEC contender at the same time in program history. And this rivalry's starting to get a little fuel to it. I like it. I want it to get a little, I don't need fights or anything like that, but.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want, Xavier and Cincinnati.
No, I do not want that. I don't want that.
But you want Kentucky, Louisville.
Yeah, I think Cal Santa Barbara and Cal Northridge got into a brawl, bench clear this weekend. Two of the small schools out in California.
I never want to see that, but here's what I'll say is, as heated as the Iron Bowl gets, you give me the last player-on-player situation you've had at the Iron Bowl. Can't think of one, can you?
No.
And it's the most heated rivalry among fans that there is in America.
And I think Nate and Bruce are cordial to each other and have a lot of respect for each other. You hear that coming from usually both coaches, but there's a lot of mustard in this game. I mean, Pearl did it last year. They swept Alabama last year, and they did the crane stance down there after they beat them at Neville Arena and pulled out the brooms, and after they did the sweep.
Yep.
That's
what I want, though.
It's a little juice. Makes it a lot more fun for us, and we'll get one more of those when Auburn comes to end the regular season over in Tuscaloosa, and maybe one in Nashville as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could see this thing 3 times. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And look, Alabama. I don't know, Lance, how you feel about Texas A&M. They play Arkansas. I mean, at some point, Alabama can start thinking magic number on this conference deal. Texas A&M plays Arkansas this week in the midweek game. Arkansas. As Jim said, got Nick Smith back, and it made him worse, it looked like. I don't know.
Pritch-Law asked a great question. It's hard to keep the rivalry heated when players are only playing 1 year or 2 years and then they move on.
No, that's true.
That is a true statement. But remember, for the Alabama players, there were a lot of first-time players who played big moments in that game yesterday. You keep it going along because I would imagine it's somewhere along the way, Petway or somebody probably played the video last year of them pulling out the brooms and doing the crane, and you're like, oh, okay, well, if we win this one, got a chance to clap back a little bit.
Well, somebody pointed out that Brandon Miller did the crane kick or did the crane pose out on the court after the game and was asking the fans for more noise as he's walking off the court. And I was like, Brandon Miller knows he'll never play in that arena again. What's it matter to Brandon Miller?
He'll never be in front of the Auburn students ever again.
That's right. Brandon Miller will never have to answer for that one.
But in fairness, he did that pregame too. And during warm-ups, he'd walk over to the students who were very vocal, just a great student section. They packed out the arena for game day and then sat around for 2 hours and waiting for that tip.
That was funny at halftime of Kentucky, Georgia, when they go back to the set there, and they were scanning the crowd, and there were so many students asleep.
That's right.
They were just leaning on each other, sound asleep.
That's what they were doing on the video board during the break. They kept showing people asleep or playing cards or doing stuff, eating, sneaking in a little food or something. Good setup at Auburn. Love the arena. Love the atmosphere. And it was a lot of fun. Cut number 5, Rockstar Bruce Pearl, as we wait on the new AP poll to come out. Bruce talks about where this team is now for Auburn. As LT points out, and we'll get into this after Bruce talks here, but Auburn's got some work to do now. No longer is it a given they're going to be in the NCAA tournament. I personally think they're in right now. But down the stretch here, they've got to win more than they lose. 3-3 down the stretch in these final 6 is going to make it a very uncomfortable selection Sunday. You're going to be on pins and needles. Bruce talks about where his team is now. They're playing a lot of teams close. They got to finish and get some wins.
We've lost to 5 NCAA tournament teams, and because we've had such a good year from a standpoint of beating the teams we're supposed to beat. We've got some great road wins, and the margins that we've lost have been close. Our net is not getting destroyed, which keeps you where you need to be. But we've got some games coming up this week that we need to win.
Yeah, so, I mean, you usually give us a Ken Palm or a net update.
Well, he mentioned the net.
We keep painting Auburn in a bad place. Where are they in the net?
Auburn is 36 in the net. They dropped 2 spots after 35th. They stayed the same. I was looking at NC State, the next line. 35th in the net, stayed the same after their loss to Alabama. What has plagued Auburn is quad 1 wins. They're only 2-6 in quad 1. And they are not going to have a significant amount of opportunity to get quad 1 wins from this point moving forward. They do have some. I don't mean to say they don't have any opportunity. But on the flip side of that, like Vanderbilt right now, that'd be a quad 2 loss if you lost at Vanderbilt, or a quad 2 win if you win there. So that's not really helping the top end. And even though we talk about that's a tough game going to Vanderbilt right now, in your tournament resume, that's when you're supposed to win.
They need to be unbeaten this week. Right? I mean, you get Missouri and Vandy. And
they lose any of these.
Home to Missouri, road at Vandy, you need 2 wins this week.
Yeah, if you lose any of these next 3, I think they're done.
Because Ole Miss is the other one, and they're awful.
You can always balance that out with winning your last 3 against Kentucky, Tennessee, and Alabama at that point.
But if they lose 2 of these 3, or one of these 3, I mean, I don't know. They've been close. I mean, these aren't like, Auburn's getting buried on these losses.
Well, the good news is all 3 of those are quad 1 wins. So any of those they get down the stretch, they're either a quad 1 loss or a quad 1 win. So that's the good news. But that would only give them, in that instance, 3. So that puts you, with the same quad record as Gonzaga. They're 3-4 in quad 1 wins. But most of your top teams, like, for instance, Alabama's now 7-2. Alabama actually got a bump, I think, because I think Mississippi State moved in. They moved in where I think Alabama's home win over State for a minute was a quad 1, and it may have changed Sunday.
The road win already was a quad 1.
That's right.
Now the home win moves up.
And that's the other thing you got to watch is like Missouri, Mississippi State. If those teams can climb a little bit, that can actually help you. If they can climb in where your home win now becomes a quad 1.
Yeah, there is the possibility of Alabama being the number 1 overall seed.
I think it's very possible, yeah.
Yeah, not just number 1 in the AP poll, which is a media poll, doesn't mean anything, but rising to number 1 on the selection committee list. That's in play down the stretch here because Alabama's schedule is not totally easy either. They get another game with Auburn. They got Tennessee coming up. They got Texas A&M coming up. They got 2 at Tennessee coming up, or just 1?
Just the one with Tennessee.
Got Arkansas, hot Arkansas.
Yeah.
When was the last time a number 1 overall won it? I mean, was Kansas last year?
Well, I can't ever keep up with who's the overall number 1.
Well, Kansas might have been the overall number 1.
I think they were, in fact. Yeah. So interesting. Some work to be done down there, and you want to have the easiest possible path. So Alabama has a lot to do down the stretch, even though Brown's already sowing that championship.
I mean, you agree with me on that, don't you?
I do. I mean, it's 2 games over Texas A&M.
Yeah, they've got 6 games left.
I venture to say Texas A&M has more losses coming.
I'll give you A&M's remaining road real quick, and Alabama's got a 2-game lead, and then they're 4 games clear over everyone else. Here's A&M's remaining road. They host Arkansas this week. They're at Missouri Saturday. They turn right around and host Tennessee. They're at State. They're at Ole Miss, and they host Alabama.
Yeah.
The only one I'm even willing to consider giving them is Ole Miss on the road.
That's right. Everything else is
really tough. I mean, there's multiple losses in that group.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gonzaga was the overall.
They were overall one last year. Wow. Did not win it.
I wonder how many times Gonzaga's been number one overall.
They were in 2021 too, and I think 2020 we didn't have a tournament.
Yeah.
They would have been.
Yeah. All right. Champy's Chicken brings you this hour. A little delay on the AP poll.
I know. It's all the tabulations, Jim. This is a tight one.
Yeah, delayed until 11:45 per the Tweeter app. It says.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Some late votes getting in here.
Thank you, Paul. Paul knew that Jim was filling time here. I was about to go to weather and traffic on the 8s here as soon as we get in 50 seconds.
Let's count them again, boys.
Our friends at Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew ready to open the doors for you for lunch and dinner and also take care of you and all your tailgating needs. Hope you had a chance to get some Champy's Chicken for the Super Bowl. We got some stuff we're going to do with Champy's Chicken over the summer. We're looking forward to hanging out with Sterling a little bit. Sterling and his crew, just fabulous people. If you're looking for a significant lunch, you can do that today or anytime at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Poor Boys, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the Southern Fried Chicken Place, the hand-cut chicken fingers, all the wonderful sides. You can get that at champyschicken.com. Sterling and the crew taking care of you down there. A couple other notes for you. Scotty Scheffler wins at the Waste Management. He won this event last year.
That's where it started his run.
And then he got really hot, went on to win the Masters. He's the number one player in the world, I'm told.
Yeah, he is, and he would have to be your Masters favorite right now. Even though winning it back-to-back doesn't happen very often, the way he's playing right now and the way he played that course and won last year, I would imagine, if not your favorite, he's got to be among a small group that are your favorites. And we're about... a month away from 2 months away from the Masters. So
yeah, promoting it heavily.
Yeah. Everybody but Patrick Reed. You never see them show his video of winning the Masters.
No, you really don't.
Just pay attention to that. See how often the Masters commercial shows Patrick Reed.
And John McNulty has left the Boston College football program. He was the offensive coordinator to come be an offensive analyst at Alabama.
So he was the OC
at Boston College, and now he's an analyst in Tuscaloosa. He has long ties with Tommy Rees, the former Notre Dame OC, was the tight ends coach there. So John McNulty, now part of the Alabama coaching staff, leaving Boston College to, bringing in one of Tommy Rees's guys that he's comfortable with.
And I think this is getting out in front of the posse because Jeff Hafley, who I thought was going to do a good job at BC, is going to be on a hot seat going into 2023. Well, so, he gets blown out.
Yeah.
The whole staff gets blown out.
It's a weird move, though, because you would think you could get an analyst job at any point, right? But maybe Tommy Rees has made him some sort of promise behind the scenes.
Yeah, maybe he's an on-the-field coach at some point.
Yeah, maybe sooner rather than later. Maybe Tommy Rees knows a little something, right?
That's right.
Before somebody's leaving.
Get to spring practice, and he's on the field coaching. All right, a lot more to do, including trash, coming up in the next segment. Our interviews today are in the 12 o'clock hour, the final hour. Dan Wetzel on the Super Bowl, and Alabama head coach Nate Oats still to come on the show. That's our Michelson Look Ahead, brought to you by the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make that phone call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you're wasting money each and every year on the contacts and solution, there's no reason to. I did it myself. I'm speaking from experience. I wore the contacts for about a decade. Went to see Dr. Mort Michelson over 2 decades ago and got the procedure done. 2015 vision still better than 2020. Make the call that I made. Call Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. For more information, you can always go online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech, 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446. Or check her out online, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Back on the no call, Stacy says if it's the right call in the first half, or not the no call, the actual call, if it's the right call in the first half of the game, it's the right call at the moment in the Super Bowl. We may not like it, but why it doesn't change based on circumstance. That was our problem, we said, Stacy, earlier in the show, is there were sometimes early in the game they did not make that call. And you get used to playing, oh, by the way, the refs calling the game a little bit more handsy, a little bit more physical.
Well, ESPN was showing, as I think you guys brought it up earlier, it was, I think in the first half when Juju Smith-Schuster got kind of held and turned going over the middle and it didn't get called. And to your point, I then think as a defensive back, okay, it's not getting called today. I can play a little handsier.
That's exactly right.
And the one in the first half was far more egregious than the one they called at the end.
I mean, because Juju had an opportunity to make that grab there. Again, the call did not – there was nothing in that play. It was a throwaway, as you said.
Yeah. Mahomes trying to throw the ball away, yeah.
Before LT tells us about Bromberg's, let's do our AP number one rankings. Brown, do you have the top 10?
I've got the top 10, Jim Dunaway.
Will you start at number 10 and work your way to number 1?
I will. Tennessee holds on at number 10. They have had a rough run, but the voters looked at that and said, you know what, they're losing a lot of half-court shots. We'll keep them at number 10. Baylor is number 9. Arizona, number 8. Virginia is 7th after their controversial win over Duke. Texas remains at number 6. Kansas at 5. UCLA is number 4. Purdue holds on to 2 first-place votes but falls to number 3.
If I play Reese Davis here, that means either Houston or Alabama is number 1 in the country. Brown, go ahead.
Have you seen the rankings? No, I have not seen the rankings.
I have.
Only Johnny.
The Vulcan Non-Automotive chat room told us in the commercial break.
Only Johnny and Graphics has seen these rankings. Houston is the new number 2, or still the number 2, but they've got 22 first-place votes. And Alabama, for the first time since the 2002-2003 season, has ascended to number 1 in the nation, 38 of the available first-place votes. I am told that this coaches poll number 1 is the first time Alabama's ever been number 1 in the coaches poll.
So they are also number 1 in the coaches poll?
It's a tie in first-place votes, but they've got more points than Houston. They both have 15 of the 30 first-place votes, Alabama and Houston. But Alabama has got more points, so that puts them at number 1, even though the first-place votes are equal. And I read somewhere on Twitter, I would like to give credit, but it's moving too fast here, that's the first time that they have been number 1 in the coaches poll.
Yeah, that does sound right, Brown, because I think
one point a few weeks ago, it was the highest ranking they'd ever had in the coaches poll.
Yeah.
And it wasn't number one at all. So Alabama, Houston, Purdue, top 3 in the AP poll. That is out. That's from our friends at Bromberg's. After number 10, going down, looking for a new SEC team.
Yeah, good luck.
17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24.
None.
25. None. Florida
None.
Atlantic back in there, though. Missouri is actually the closest one.
Well, I think deservedly so. I think Missouri's played improved basketball. That's not a bad basketball team, Missouri. That's a tough game for Auburn
It
this week.
is, but again, I find it hard to believe they're going to lose 3 or 4 at Neville.
26th ranked team by the AP voters from Missouri coming to town to play Auburn. Alabama's number 1. I'll go ahead and say it. Whatever the point spread is, pound Tennessee on Wednesday
look at
night.
Jimmy D.
You want to go stake right now? No, whatever the points is, I'll take Tennessee.
I want to see what that number is.
You had it at 2.5 earlier, right, Bama? 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the number 1 ranking doesn't affect that at all.
But if Tennessee's favored, Bama's got problems.
I mean, wouldn't you be a little surprised Tennessee being favored, though?
I would be, yeah.
I mean, Alabama's clearly the better team. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to go win this game, but they're clearly a better team.
I mean,
than
both
Tennessee.
play A games. Bama wins game by 15. Tennessee just can't score.
They cannot.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. After you tell us about Bromberg's, I'll make you a proposition.
Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Don't want to point this out, but Rockstar, you're leaving tonight. What is tomorrow?
That is V-Day.
Yeah, it's Valentine's
Have you
Day.
taken the necessary steps? Jim said we're taking care of Nancy while you're gone. Do we
tonight the night?
I got a fun size Three Musketeers. She has the Three Musketeers or the Snickers.
Yeah.
So some diamond earrings from Bromberg's not in the cards?
Maybe half of one.
Okay. Okay.
I'll get you the rest
look,
later.
they are your diamond specialists. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can shop online right now. Check out their inventory. Go to brombergs.com.
You're telling me Nancy would have one diamond earring in?
Michael Jordan does it.
Why do you wear one diamond earring in the left? And she would say, because my husband was too damn cheap to buy me the other one.
Jalen goes with the Aladdin loop, doesn't he?
That's what Jordan does too. Jordan has that huge loop.
Do you like the looks of that movie? They showed the trailer in the game last night. We'd already seen the trailer.
What, Aladdin?
No, Michael Jordan.
I had no idea that was coming out. So last week they told me, hey, are you interested in the new Jordan? I was like, no, I don't want to see another documentary on Michael Jordan.
Yeah, but once you saw the trailer.
Yeah, I didn't realize that it was actually the true story of Nike and how they developed the Air Jordan shoe model and how they got Jordan to be the face
Looks
of
really
Nike.
good.
Looks really good. I mean, Ben Affleck directs it, and he's done really a great job from Gone Baby Gone to The Town, Argo. He's a good director.
What do you think about the Indiana Jones? Did you see that trailer?
I saw that when it came out. It's.
I can't do it.
It looks like it's a lot, and it's.
I
He's so
loved
old.
it. I loved it growing up, but man, this.
I'll tell you, his best work right now is Shrinking. I don't know if you guys have watched it on Apple.
You've told me that. I need to see that.
It's good.
Yeah, y'all would like it. Yeah, I mean, it's a comedy.
But
the same
he's-
guys that did Ted Lasso.
But he's not he's not an action hero at age 87.
No, he's a therapist,
Yeah.
and it fits him well. It's funny this year, and I've watched these guys forever. How many Harrison Ford films have you guys seen?
All time?
I mean, just tons, right?
Oh, gosh, yes.
How many Sylvester Stallones?
There have been a lot.
Yeah. Have you ever heard either one of those guys drop the F-bomb?
Not in memory, no.
I never did until Tulsa King with Sylvester Stallone and Shrinking with Harrison Ford, and it's nonstop with both.
Wow.
Really? Yeah.
Wow. I'll take Tennessee money line against Alabama.
Oh,
first
there you
day.
go.
And if it comes back, because you've done this for me a couple of times, if Tennessee's -1, -2, -0.5, I'll either be Tennessee money line, not take any points, or if Tennessee's giving points, I'll give that to you.
See, I mean, it's now that you're up these stakes, it's like you're flipping me into the Dunaway role because number one is so primed to get upset tomorrow night.
That's right. It's just built for an upset.
It really is. It's ESPN 6 o'clock, right?
6 o'clock ESPN.
Wednesday night.
Yep. You want to go?
You got 2 nights to think about
Just
this.
let me think about it.
Okay. No, I mean, you want to go to the game Wednesday night in Knoxville?
No, I do not.
6 o'clock ESPN 2. Does that change your thinking?
If it was in Tuscaloosa, I wouldn't want to go to the game. No, it doesn't. I'm just confirming.
I can get the announce crew. Will the announce crew affect your decision?
I could if Jimmy Dykes is on it.
You want me to
I don't
find
think
out?
Dunaway's ever hit a Jimmy Dykes stake bet game.
We are approaching a record, though. Both times in our history of doing these stake bets, LT's been up 9 one time. I've been up 9 one time. I think mine was in 2017.
You think?
And LT's was in 2018. You may have been up 9 once or twice,
I
been
have
close
no
to
idea.
it several times. But right now, 8 stakes up. Just a series of luckiness over the weekend for me.
because I had the winner of the Alabama-Auburn game under 78.5, 77. That was close.
Hit a free throw, Bama.
Yeah, Bama missed 10 free throws in that one. That would have been a loss. Coin flip. That was a 50-50 proposition, but that was an easy one.
I actually felt good about tails. I mean, good about heads yesterday.
Yep. And then we had it was the first down the other day. I went back and watched it to pull it up. Patrick Mahomes. You asked Patrick Mahomes touchdowns or Brandon Miller's 3, which was more. And I took Mahomes touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, and Brandon Miller was 0 of 7 from 3. Usually that would have been probably an easy Brandon Miller win.
Or a push.
Or a push.
What a heater for you, Jim.
Yeah, just all luck. It was all luck right there. Trash is never lucky. It is just always entertaining. Brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Working for Marvel, the Super Bowl commercial, did you get a lot of reaction to that Super Bowl commercial?
What Super Bowl commercial?
Oh, you know what? My mistake.
Right. I'm not Lawrence Fishburne.
That's my fault. I know that. That was my fault.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, to the new year, add to your financial uncertainty. Let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Start first with a naked Georgia man.
Uh-oh.
Been arrested after allegedly stealing an ambulance and going on a joyride Thursday night. Bradley Baker, age 48, took control of an ambulance that witnesses allege was driving erratically with the headlights off in downtown Macon. Police say Baker was seen performing burnouts in the emergency vehicle. Baker reportedly led responding officers on a chase before attempting to flee on foot. According to the warrant, Baker exited the ambulance, quote, fully naked in full view of the public in the parking lot.
Oh, whoa. We're going to need you to get back in the ambulance.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you, a ambulance with lights on doing burnouts would be good video. I think that's good video.
I love this. It appears
the windshield's a little fogged up.
Yeah, he was breathing heavy naked inside that cab.
They allege that he appeared to be under the influence of cocaine or spices.
Huh.
It's a pretty good peg by whatever officer said. You
Cinnamon.
know what? I think it's cocaine or spices.
Cinnamon.
Your eyes don't look right.
We got a drunk man in Moscow has tried to steal the embalmed body of Vladimir Lenin, the founder of the Soviet Union.
What you going to do with that?
Now, the man climbed up the barriers in front of the mausoleum on the Red Square on Monday morning, tried to enter the heavily guarded building outside of the Kremlin walls before being arrested at the entrance. The man attempted to escape his interrogation, was unable to explain why he wanted Lenin's body. Paramedics diagnosed the man with a mental disorder due to alcoholism.
Have you ever seen it? Like, it's perfectly preserved. It's super uncomfortable.
Seriously?
No.
Oh, like it's in a, I think it's a red casket with a window, and you can see his face. Like, he's been embalmed since World War I.
Yeah, let's see it.
And it's like they know it's legit. His face. It's not like DeMar Hamlin. It's not a body double. You know they're still on that, by the way.
Direct shot.
I mean, you're the one that keeps leaning into it. I mean, I finally saw him without glasses on.
I just think it's hilarious.
But, you know, Dunaway, you brought that up I didn't see the interview. Was it with Strahan?
Yeah, I only saw, I was at your house. I only saw it briefly. But Strahan asked him, do you remember when you stood up, what you were, that moment when you stood up before you collapsed? And it was like a long pause. They left it in there 20 seconds of silence. And then he says, I don't want to talk about that right now. I'll talk about that at some point. And I was like, I and Taylor said, when you stand up at that point, did he see a light? Did he see angels? Did he hear music? One person in the room said something else.
Oh, I just said, maybe he saw the devil.
Lance!
What? He doesn't want to talk about it. If he saw lights and he saw the Holy Ghost, he would talk about it.
You
see
a
a hoof and a pitchfork.
Yeah, no, people. Try
to forget it.
Yeah, people have written books about I don't buy into them, but people have written books about dying and seeing heaven and what it looks like and all that.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be negative. I was just
not at all.
Covering every angle here.
Yeah.
By the way, that is creepy. It looks a little like Rockstar.
That's the old cat, really, Rockstar?
that'd be easy to steal. You get through that, can't you?
Yeah, they'll never catch it. I mean, it looks a little Disney-esque, right?
No,
Like
it does.
he's gonna set up and say,
"What's the Wax Museum, Madame?"
As you enter the House of Terror.
Yeah. The Madame Tussauds does a better job with their figures than the real thing here.
How many people do you think per year come in to see Old Boy? Like, is it a tourist trap, or is he just buried?
Hey, is that not Rockstar in a few years?
Thank you, man.
Well, I don't think he's gonna die.
Or is it Greg McDermott of the Bills?
He's got an earpiece. Like
Sean
somebody's talking to him.
Yeah.
Sean McDermott.
I don't believe that's really him.
Who, Rockstar?
No, George Lennon. I think Vladimir Lenin. I think it's I think that's a wax figure. I don't buy that that's
I
him.
can get Cousin Brother Matt on it. Let's see if we can do it.
No, I don't buy that that's him. I don't think you can keep a body that good, no matter what you do.
I mean, Rockstar, if you look that good when you die, you'd take that, right? Wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, but I think they've preserved a little bit. I think that there's no air going in there.
Yeah, I think it's a wax
How
figure.
did he die?
I think seriously, I know he had a couple strokes.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't a shot to the head, I'll tell you that.
He was confined to a wheelchair for like the last few years.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah. No, I don't think that's him.
Jesse Odell of Oklahoma recently hit with a massive credit card charge due to an error at Starbucks. After paying for 2 drinks and selecting the no-tip option, he was shocked to find out his credit card declined 2 days later due to a $4,444.44 gratuity at Starbucks.
Tip this.
Yeah. That's when a month-long fight began for Odell to recoup the money. The ordeal even prompted the Odells to cancel a family trip to Thailand.
Are you kidding me? It took a while for them to get that back?
They called the credit card company to dispute the charge, were directed to go to Starbucks location to dispute the gratuity, where they were initially told the charge was legitimate. I mean, come on. Starbucks needs to be embarrassed. I mean, how much they jack somebody up for a cup of espresso?
Exactly, LT. You're overcharging for coffee to start with, and you don't realize that there's no way that he gave him a $4,444.44.
What do you think? Starbucks makes, I don't know, how many million a day? Millions.
Millions.
Odell
for crappy coffee.
Was later told he would be mailed checks to cover the tips. When the checks got there, all the checks bounced when they arrived in late January. Starbucks is bouncing this guy checks.
I don't buy that.
Now, Odell then went to the police, where detectives did not find any intent of fraud on Starbucks' part. They closed the case. New checks were then issued in cash last Monday. Odell ended the story by mentioning that he and his wife's Starbucks habit is over.
Yeah.
Well, it's obviously an error, because if it's 7 4s, something happened where a bunch of 4s were pressed.
Yeah, I don't buy the story though about the checks bouncing.
Yeah, I mean,
Starbucks, I'm sure, has got a big enough checking account that, like, First Bank of Seattle calls them and is like, hey, we got these 2 checks. They're not going to clear. You need to take care of this before we run them.
Have you tried to debunk this?
I don't know how you could debunk it.
Yeah,
it's on Snopes.
No, I think we're going to.
Snopes is a busy man.
I think we'll get an update. On this one.
We got a Northern California jury found a man not guilty of driving under the influence after deciding his actions were justified after he was caught cheating on his wife, which made his driving, quote, necessary to allow him to escape 2 angry women.
2 angry women.
This sounds like a court case that would come down in the 50s. Not guilty.
Thomas Houston was charged with a DUI, but defense attorneys argue that Houston driving under the influence of alcohol was, quote, an act of necessity, thus justified under the law. Now, according to the district attorney's office, whenever a judge trial allows a necessity defense, the defendant must prove that they acted in an emergency to prevent bodily harm to themselves or others. Their driving did not create a, quote, greater danger for the one avoided, and that they had no other choice but to drive under the influence. I don't know how this worked out for him.
Seems like a narrow, a small needle you got to thread here in this defense. But I mean, 2 angry women, Lance. It's 2 angry women, not 1.
Not 1, 2.
2 angry women.
I have got shower thoughts for you guys.
Love these.
Love them.
This one's so true. Bubblegum isn't a flavor, just the most commonly used flavor by bubblegum brands.
So my wife buys for my downstairs room Dum-Dums, and we just put them in a little like a clear container, and people that come over just grab a Dum-Dum. Inevitably, you know what's in the bottom of them?
Root beer.
No, I actually will eat the root beer. I like the root beer.
I hate the root beer.
It's the bubblegum flavor. Nobody wants the bubblegum flavor.
I went on record, and I thought cream soda was like the best flavor, the most popular. And quickly our listeners and viewers told us that that was not true.
Watermelon Dum-Dum's the best flavor.
Cream soda's not bad. I enjoy the wall.
I like the peach.
I like the blue raspberry, the blue one.
It makes your tongue blue is the only problem. Your
But
tongue's going to be
I'm
blue
not
the rest
scared
of
of
the
that.
day.
I've gotten to the point where I
I
think
ain't scared of that. I've seen that before.
Matches other parts of my body, Brownie.
I consider
Wow.
bubblegum a flavor. Do you guys not?
I do.
yeah.
Yes. I remember going to the dentist and them giving the bubblegum flavored nitrous.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
not bubblegum flavored. It was more like bubblegum ass. Awful.
Another shower thought: the brain technically named itself.
Technically,
I guess so, yeah. I think I'll be the brain.
We're going to call this the brain.
Another shower thought.
By the way,
Shut up, spleen. I took this name.
By the way, Rockstar's on fire today. He's pouring it. He's giving us his A game walking
know.
out. This is his Jordan flu game on
I
his
know.
first. He won't be back until March 14th.
Hey, and hearing you loud and clear in these headphones.
Exactly. Nothing I can do about it.
Hey,
That was an imitation of me I was telling you about earlier.
I know you're going to miss this. No one likes singing happy birthday or someone singing it to them. So what are we doing?
It's true. It's a super awkward moment if you're being sung to, or you're just like in the group, just like half-assed. Happy birthday.
Like if you were eating at a restaurant, would you ever tell them it's your birthday?
I do it for the kids, but no, not for me.
Well, I mean,
especially a Mexican restaurant.
What's the dessert? I mean, am I getting free dessert?
And another thing, like I hate like being at a restaurant and having to hear it. So like I feel like I'm doing a disservice to all the customers in there if I've got them coming up to the table.
I mean, to Dunaway's point, that time he and I went to the steakhouse out in California when we were out for the Rose Bowl, and they asked if it was our anniversary.
Yeah.
And I told him we should let it roll because they give you free chocolate lava cake.
So we did.
Yeah.
An awkward holding hand during the salad, but it was good.
One spoon.
Actually, one spoon. Dunaway loves the spoon.
No, it did happen with Chris Pallone now with the NBC News out of New York, but we were covering Auburn. I think it was same trip, Alabama.
So you got confused for my husband and Chris Pallone's
because
husband?
we stayed an extra day out there and then flew back because flights were so booked. And we went to this great sushi place that was recommended by everybody, overlooks the ocean and everything. We're there at sunset.
It's really romantic.
We get this huge boat of sushi because it was like if it feeds a whole table. It's just two of us. We get this huge boat of sushi. So when she comes, we wanted the green tea, what's that hard stuff? Creme brulee. The green tea creme brulee.
That sounds awful.
And but it was recommended. So we wanted that. And she brought one with 2 spoons.
Wow.
And
what kind of vibes do you give off?
And
I don't know.
He quickly said, no, ma'am, we meant 2 desserts and 2 spoons. and
I'll take it on the table.
Okay, fine.
And she walked away, and I was like, well, hold on here, dude. You don't have to be so quick with that I couldn't land you, first off, the way you're talking here. So,
I mean, I was insulted when they asked me at the steakhouse. Is it a anniversary for you two?
We just saw the Golden Gate Bridge.
Different trip.
So you and Pallone in a relationship, who's the looker?
Oh, I thought I was in that one. I will admit,
But he
I would
thought
say
he was?
Brown was younger and better looking than me. I would have been he would have had the upper hand in our relationship. But I felt like I had the upper hand in Pallone's relationship.
He was gold digging. Oh yeah, I got 2 more shower thoughts.
I was his cougar.
You're never really underwater, just in it.
Well, that's true. Yeah, you can't get under it unless you're in the earth. Yeah.
And finally, cereal is the only food that looks the same in real life as it does in commercials.
I had a bowl of Captain Crunch and Crunch Berries for breakfast Saturday morning, Rockstar.
You got your roof hanging down a little bit right now?
It's so good, but it does tear your mouth up. Yeah.
To stay awake sometimes, I listen to comedy channels on Sirius XM when I'm driving. So it was a rainy, dark night driving back from Auburn Saturday, so I turned on
Raw Dog.
One of the comedy, I think it was Raw Dog, to be honest. And this lady is like, my husband's so cheap. He buys great value everything, and including great value cereal. And my son came in the other day and said, Mom, this one doesn't even float. It just sinks straight to the bottom. And that's the worst cereal. If you've got cereal that doesn't even float on top.
It hides from you.
I mean, what is in cereal that doesn't float?
No, but it sinks down there. All right, that's Trash, brought to you by...
Hey, if you're buying a home, it's always a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs, and that perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by. But with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239 equal housing lender.
Alabama's number one in the AP poll. We'll talk more about that in the 12 o'clock hour. Dan Wetzel at the top of the hour. He'll join us on the Super Bowl. When we come back, Mahomes' resume Hall of Fame worthy already. What kind of club is he in? We'll talk about that. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Open now. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check out the entire menu and say hi to our friend Sterling at champy'schicken.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the Next Round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Milkman 256, Nate Oats. Hey, Coach, the guys at the Next Round don't believe in your team. He jumps in there. JD, 28 players from the SEC schools on Super Bowl rosters yesterday, 14 on both teams, not counting Texas and Oklahoma.
I saw Chuck Dunlap, our buddy from the Southeastern Conference, who was up here the other day visiting with us. Nice to see Chuck. Tweeted out that of the 9 scores in the Super Bowl, 6 were made by former SEC players. Pretty crazy when you just see how much talent the Southeastern Conference put in the NFL. And by the way, adding Texas and Oklahoma is only going to add to that.
That's right. You can go hear what Greg Sankey says about Texas and Oklahoma coming from our interview back on Friday. Greg Byrne, a great interview from Friday as well. We talked about several things involving the University of Alabama, including their collective, Yay Alabama. Forrest, I meant to tell you, we'll get the T-shirt that Alabama's collective, Yay Alabama, put out quickly on Saturday. There was a sign in game day that prompted them to quickly turn it into a T-shirt because it's a different era. So we'll get to that coming up.
Pretty funny because
Yeah.
I heard you guys talking about it. I forgot to do the video from trash that Forster pulled for us.
You have it right now?
Forster's got it.
Okay,
yeah.
hold on. Let's do a spot here. Tell us about our friends at New York Butcher, because you missed some good food yesterday at LT's.
Oh, I did?
Including LT and Preston cut up some Wagyu steak and served it bite-sized. Yeah, like on toothpicks.
So,
wow.
We fed the crowd.
So Saturday night decided just to have so the boys, Jack and Jace, are watching Sopranos for the first time. So I decided to cook us steaks and watch Sopranos. So went and saw Jim at the Highway 119 location, got us 3 ribeye Wagyus. And I mean, these things, I need to send Forster the picture of them. They're amazing. And next time we talk about New York Butcher Shop, I got to show you these. But cooked them in the skillet, and they were so big, we only finished half of each. Probably should have only cooked 1 or 2. So we had leftovers, put them in the air fryer yesterday. But the second time around, they were even better. Wow. I mean, just incredible. But that's what you get at the New York Butcher Shop. Again, they've got a Valentine's Day package for 2. You get the 2 8-ounce choice fillets. You get the 2 loaded twice baked potatoes. You get 2 garden salads, yeast rolls, $59.99. You can upgrade it to Prime for just $10 more. Again, treat that special someone with our Valentine's Day special. Create that romantic evening at home. Reserve it now. Cahaba Heights, 205-970-7300. And Greystone, 205-703-8825.
Look forward to that. I'm going to swing by there this afternoon and pick up a Valentine's special. Should be perfect for tomorrow night where we sit there. I'll cook dinner for Maggie tomorrow night. I've already bought her a bracelet, so that'll be good. Spoiler.
Surprise. Not like she's listening.
Oh, she bought it herself and sent me a picture of it and saying, hey, this is my Valentine's gift. I said,
Here's what I got.
You got it, man.
I've never gotten into that.
What, Valentine's?
I'm just not going to let you tell me what you want.
Oh, not only did she tell me what she wants, she bought it, which is perfect for me.
Trust me, I am all about it.
Me too.
Takes the pressure off me.
Like, you got it, man.
Yes, sir.
A good choice. I'm good at this gift giving, aren't I?
If Jennifer can give me like a detailed list every Christmas, I'm like, thank you.
Hey, you know what I like? I like buying what I want too. That's good. Hey, where's
I like it. You guys don't like surprises at all?
It's just so hard. And Jennifer and I have been together 30 years. Like, we went to dinner Saturday night to celebrate, and this was her idea. She booked the dinner. This will be our 30th Valentine's Day. 30th.
Wow.
Now, obviously, we dated 8 years before we got married. So we've been together so long, I just don't know that I can get her anything that surprises her anymore.
And not to humble brag, but we are so blessed that, there are things throughout the year that if we want something, occasionally we just go ahead and go get it, right? So when it's gift giving time, you look around, you're like, well, what do we need?
A Sea-Doo.
Everybody's Sea-Doo, right? There are times I'm on the lake. I'm like, God, I wish I had a Sea-Doo.
Trust me, I know my wife better than anybody. The one thing my wife does not want me doing is buying her clothes.
Exactly.
That is the one thing she does not want me doing.
And Maggie doesn't realize that I'm bulky in certain places.
She doesn't realize that?
Well, she does, but not when she's buying clothes.
Oh.
Or the clothes makers don't realize that I'm bulging in places.
You and Rihanna have something in common?
Yes. Except Rihanna's will go away in 6 months.
That was so ridiculous. She made all her dancers look fat. We're going to put fat suits on everyone.
I'd have been all about it. I wish you guys would wear one.
Hey,
made me look normal.
Forster, do we have the steaks? Can we show the steaks?
Okay. 2 videos from you for steaks first.
Look at these steaks.
This is the steaks from New York Butcher Shop.
I'm telling you, they were incredible.
Look at that. Oh.
Look how marble they are. And I'm telling you, the Wagyu, the fat in the Wagyu is just incredible.
So good, yeah.
So that's a Wagyu.
Yeah.
My Wagyu did not look like that. It was more marbly than even that. Really good.
Well, that's a ribeye. You didn't have a ribeye.
That's
right.
We had A5 too.
Yeah.
That's not A5.
Yeah.
Okay. That's still really good, but that's not the best cut. We had the best cut.
We had the best
You undercooked them.
Lady Bird didn't think so.
And then what was the video you're going to show in trash, LT? Set that up.
So Forster sent this to me. He's like, have you seen the video I sent you? And I was like, not yet. And I checked it out, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. This is everyone's worst nightmare.
No. Jim, you're going to hate this. Watch, Jim.
Oh, shoot.
Shoot!
And you can tell that's like in some little girl's room.
Where's that, like Chelsea?
No, no way. I think it's in India.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So at first
But it looked like a small boa.
snake, yeah.
Yeah, and it's 3 boas in this guy's, or is that 2 or 3, you think?
It looks like 3.
Oh, dude, start over again. Okay, here we go.
God.
The big reveal.
Yeah.
Up. Oh, shoot.
Yeah. I'll tell you, man.
I'm out.
You burn the house down.
Oh, yeah.
And then once the fire goes out, you go and light another fire just to make sure it's completely burned down.
Yeah. And then you salt the ground so nothing grows there ever again.
Can you believe people have pets that are those things?
No, I really can't.
no.
That is just that's horrifying.
Would you ever let your daughter date a dude that has a snake?
I would not.
No, and because they have pets, they brought them here to America. Those are now wild in Chelsea.
Yeah.
I don't know why you have to have
Smoking
them in
cigarettes,
Chelsea.
riding Harleys.
Yes. No, it's a legit situation though. No joke. Down in the Everglades, they have to have these. Is it python roundups they have to have because they're destroying the ecosystem?
They have hunts.
Yeah, these idiots get them as pets. They did realize they can't have them, so they just let them go in the Everglades. Like that,
or flush them in the toilet. And now they're in our sewer systems.
And the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room is with you. Burn it down.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's really no other option. There's no saving that.
And you were with
house.
me, salting the earth
Yeah,
afterwards.
no, I burn it twice.
Nothing should live on that
That's
ground
right.
ever again.
Burn it twice, then salt the earth, and then put up a sign that says "Do not come here."
That's right. This is where the devil used to
No,
live.
I do. I do sometimes worry about my soul with these dreams I have with snakes in them.
Right?
I mean, snakes shouldn't be
Listen,
around.
again, I'll point out.
We all do too.
It's.
Do you never have a dream about a snake?
I rarely do not dream about a snake, but I have weird dreams.
Yeah, again, Book of Genesis right there. Could have picked any animal, right?
Yeah.
Which one did you pick, Lance?
He picked the
And
snake.
by the way, good commercial. That was one of my favorite commercials.
The Jesus commercial?
We haven't done the commercial, but the one where the blonde-haired girl is Eve and she's naked and she's chewing, and Adam goes, "Hey, what's up?"
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Anna Faris.
Yeah, that's it. It was a good commercial. We'll talk commercials.
Yeah, I
later on.
missed most of the commercials.
Yeah.
What, you have to go to the bathroom?
No, I just
Oh,
there was
playing
a lot
host?
He was
Of, a lot
hosting.
of people over there. Yeah.
Dan Wetzel talks the game on the field, Super Bowl, the legacy of Pat Mahomes, and a lot more when we come back. Show brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Gets you into the game tonight. Brown, good lineup. Miami and North Carolina tonight. Carolina needs it bad.
gotta have it, Jim.
West Virginia and Baylor. West Virginia trying to prove their resume.
That punches them.
And Texas Tech and Texas.
Yeah, Texas better not lose that one. Hey, listen, mybookie.ag. You can play all those games Jim just gave you. Mybookie.ag. They are still doing that sign-on bonus. Sign up at mybookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND, and they are going to give you a deposit bonus. You make your deposit, they give you a bonus. A lot of places will do that, but what they don't tell you is you got to use it 5 times, 6 times, 10 times before it becomes yours. Not our friends at mybookie.ag. They give it to you after one time. One bet, yours forever, when you get that sign-up bonus at mybookie.ag. Just use code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag, and it is yours forever. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Any of those games Jim mentioned, Auburn, Missouri later this week, Bama at Tennessee, anything. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, Dan Wetzel covering the Super Bowl, scheduled to be with us here. And he pops up now. Brought to you by Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Yeah, right now, don't forget it is RV Show Month, and Johnston RV Center says, heck, forget waiting for the show. We'll just give you the prices right now. Go to johnstonrvcenter.com, click on the show price tab, and you'll see the show price for any of the RVs you're looking at there at Johnston RV Center. They got the fresh 2023 models there arriving daily. They got competitive financing, lifetime warranty. You can camp this spring with Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. Dan Wetzel is with us now, national columnist, Yahoo Sports. We love talking to him about anything, especially the big national events like the Super Bowl. What is up, Dan? How are you?
I am great. How are you guys today?
Doing fantastic. Dan is with us on that johnstonrvcenter.com hotline. When I was a kid growing up, Dan, the Super Bowl, by and large, was not very fun. We had a ton of blowouts. Whatever the NFL has done, I don't believe it to be fixed, as some are joking or maybe seriously believe. But they have figured out a way that the parity gives us really good Super Bowls year after year. It has become an event that delivers more often than it fails.
Yeah, it delivers. Well, I can't remember the last blowout. I remember
Tampa KC.
What was the final Tampa KC?
Double digits. I mean, what?
Yeah, but I mean,
maybe Tampa KC. There was a kind of a boring Rams.
Yeah, 13-3.
13-3, but still, I mean, I guess I'm talking about, like, you remember the 49ers Broncos. Right? I mean, it was like 55-24. I mean, we don't get those anymore.
Bears, Patriots, yeah. I don't know what happened. And remember when the NFC won every time?
I do, yes.
That was weird.
As a Dolphins fan, I remember that very distinctly.
I don't know what that was about. But, yeah, I mean, the NFL in general, you know, the number of games that come down to the final possession in some way, shape, or form is almost is astounding. They've built a model where any given Sunday is the truth. It's not just any given Sunday someone can win. It's every given Sunday there's going to be a good game, pretty much.
You know, I know the Eagles didn't win, and Mahomes did play really well in the second half, but overall, Jalen Hurts outplayed Patrick Mahomes. And, you know, this is a guy, you know, coming into the season, we still didn't know if he was going to be not only a regular starter in the NFL, but a guy that actually could get them back to the postseason. And, you know, I was saying it earlier, Dan, I don't know how many quarterbacks right now I would take over Jalen Hurts. I would obviously take Mahomes, Burrow, and Josh Allen, but that might be the end of it.
Yeah, you know, you're looking maybe at a Herbert or something like that. But, yeah, I mean, Rodgers is old. Lamar Jackson's been injury prone. We'll see what Deshaun Watson comes back at. Some of these other guys, you're just not really sure. This, to me, was the best game of Jalen Hurts' career. He had not been great in the playoffs. He had done what he needed, but even dating back to his days at Alabama and Oklahoma, just very mediocre in playoff games. And I don't know, it's a weird thing to be like, well, does a guy have a big, is he a big game player or whatever? Is that a real thing or not? But, until you start doing it, you certainly had no doubt that, Patrick Mahomes would come through in a big game. Until you start doing it, you don't know. And I thought he was spectacular last night. He had the one fumble that was obviously a huge play in the game, and that just was all on him. But other than that, he kept his poise, came back, kept running the ball strong, fought hard. Absolutely put himself in that top 5-6 guys. Trevor Lawrence maybe, I don't know, but he's in the mix to this probably won't be his last Super Bowl, and I think that's a big thing for Kurt. So really good to see because, as a reporter, you don't really know the players, but what you do know of him, he's, just a terrific guy, and everybody you talk to just raves about him. So it's nice to see, and nice to see him kind of turn that corner in postseason games.
Listen, Dan, you've done this a long time. You got great vision of the big picture. Do you remember when we started talking about Tiger Woods and whether or not he could chase down Jack Nicklaus for a number of major wins, how many he had won before we could start saying that? Because on one of our screens right now, can Mahomes come close to Brady's 7 Super Bowls? I mean, he's got 2. That seems a little premature to having that conversation, but I understand the vein of where it's coming from.
Oh, absolutely. He's 27 years old, and he's the best player. He's the only player in the NFL, only active quarterback right now with more than 1. So, the thing with Brady was, he did it almost in 3. Well, he did it in like 3 different spells, almost 4, because he had a second team. It's hard to get all of the other parts together, and there's windows with teams now. So how long can you maintain a dynasty in the NFL? A lot of ways, 2 or 3 years that you're on top. I mean, Philly won it 5 years ago, blew up the whole team, and came back. That's really hard to do. So the real thing is, when does the sporting cast fall apart around him? Frank Clark, Jason Kelsey, all those kind of guys. How do you replace them? Now, they just had an incredible draft. They had 10 rookies in the 2 deeps yesterday playing. So there's a lot there to build on. But I think the real issue is just, even with Brady, and they were so consistently good, there were a number of years there in the middle of the late 2000s when they just didn't have enough wide receivers or couldn't get this. It's just hard to win Super Bowls. So we'll see. I remember saying this, I wrote it a couple years ago when Brady got to 7 and held Mahomes at 1 at that point. That was going to be a huge thing historically, because if all of a sudden this is now 6-3, and at that point it would have been 6-2 and 6-3, but by getting that 7th, I don't know. So he's got a lot of work to do. Remember, we thought Tiger would make it, and then he didn't. And I remember writing boy, this is going to happen in the next 3 years, and then he crashed into a fire hydrant in Orlando, and his wife smashed in the back of the window, and that was about it for 10 years.
That gets you beat every time.
You never know what's going to happen. I don't think that I'm not wishing that on Patrick Mahomes.
No.
You just never know what's out there.
Yeah, if his wife's going after somebody with a golf club, I'd prefer it be Patrick's brother rather than Patrick. Dan Wetzel is with us, national columnist, Yahoo Sports, also New York Times best-selling author. If you've got kids, he does an epic athlete series, guys like Steph Curry, Tom Brady, Serena Williams.
Patrick Mahomes
is in there.
You
can find a link to those from Dan's bio there. At Twitter, at Dan Wetzel. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I don't want this to happen because I find his coaching style very entertaining, but apparently last night Andy Reid is asked about retirement. He's like, hey, look, it's something I got to face. I got to consider. I don't know what Andy Reid's future is here, but I do know Andy Reid, easy as in a mustard jacket at one point, and we've got to start talking about him among the greatest who have ever done it.
Easing into a mustard jacket.
It's going to be a big one, but Andy's going to be in a mustard jacket. I don't.
Hey, did Bradshaw really say waddle over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not a suit guy. But he'll do it for that. He also kind of said, I'll be back if they have me. I mean, look, he's at a spot where maybe he's contemplating retirement, but he's got number 15, and that makes coaching a lot of fun. But he is getting older. He's had all sorts of, issues with his family and different things like that. So maybe there's a period where you pour so much into these NFL jobs. They're just relentless during the season. I kind of feel like at the end of the year, everyone feels like they're ready to retire. But we'll see. He's certainly one of the best to do it. Called a tremendous game last night. He and Eric Bieniemy. I mean, you look at those. They set Philly up with those jet sweeps that whole second. I mean, they were jet sweep. I'm like, okay, Mahomes can't run. They're trying all this. And then they get down the red zone twice and run a fake jet sweep, cut back for a pass, and guys are wide open for touchdowns. I mean, it's just like that. And then how about this? What used to kill Andy Reid? Clock management, right? They're going down at the one, running. He won the game with clock management last night.
Yep.
So he's on top of it. He's on top of his business right now.
Brown referenced Jackson Mahomes, the brother of Patrick Mahomes. I'm sure you've seen the videos. And, people have been annoyed over the years with the likes of Justin Bieber, the Kardashians. But have you ever seen an example of somebody that is riding the coattails of a family member like this and being this embarrassing before?
He's certainly he's not I don't follow him on TikTok.
Well,
he's not my favorite.
Yeah, we watched the videos this morning, and he's doing a dance behind the NFL Network interviewing his brother.
Yeah. It's kind of really climbing in on the you didn't throw a pass at all or do anything. I don't know. Jackson, hey man, can make a buck in some weird ways with this country these days. And somehow Jackson Mahomes is probably doing pretty well. But yeah, it's I think we always rebel against the guy that you didn't earn it, right? What are we doing here? Just if your name's not Mahomes, who are you?
Yeah, I googled this morning what his occupation was, and he's an influencer. Yeah,
influencer. Who's the influence? This is what I'd actually more. I actually don't blame Jackson. If someone wants to pay me to influence, I'd be more horrified that I personally am influencing it. Who would do what I say?
No, he influences me.
Who out there is Jackson Mahomes? That's who I want to be.
He influences me to turn off his video stream is what he does. Wetzel with us for just a second more. I wanted to ask you though, and listen, I know SEC fans, we get a reputation about bitching about everything. But back when the Auburn-Oregon National Championship game in that same facility, it took two of the fastest offenses and made them slide all over the field, and that was the 2010 BCS National Championship. It's been that long, and they still got the same problem. We played the Super Bowl on a horrible surface yesterday. Why are we still going back to that stadium?
I think rich people who make these decisions hanging out in Scottsdale. It's really it. I mean, it's great weather. It was great all week, but it's not a great place for an event. I'm sure Alabama and Auburn fans have been out there. It's super spread out. There's zero urban plan. I'm not an urban planner, but I know this isn't how you do it. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do, but you're what happened here? There's just randomness of there's sort of this area, then there's this other. It's just sprawling. The stadium's nowhere near anything. Last night, it's just hard to get to the stadium, hard to get home from the stadium. You're just so much better off just being New Orleans, stay in the hotel, you can walk to it. Atlanta, even Indianapolis or something like that. It's just easier. But we play endless amounts of these games out in Arizona. It's a bad field. I don't think it's I hear it's great weather and Waste Management Open was there this weekend. People had a lot of fun, but I think people have fun going to any of these big games, no matter where they are. And I don't understand the appeal, especially when that playing surface is so bad. And it's been an issue in countless Super Bowls, BCS games, playoff, college playoff games, everything. The NFL spent $800,000 trying to grow this grass perfect and brought a guy in for 2 years, rolling. They have this amazing system where they roll the field out. That field is on a train track or some kind of track, not a train, and they could wheel it out to get the sun and back, and they tried everything, and it was terrible last night. I was waiting for that final kick to have him slip and fall down and miss the field goal to win the Super Bowl because we're playing on this field. So I don't know what the problem is. I like my grass. If they need to call me, my lawn's looking pretty. Well, it will look good. Maybe I know more about it than they do. I don't know what it is, but they love Arizona. These decision makers.
Yeah, I listen. I like my grass green, firm, smoky before I get to slick. I don't. I'd rather smoke it than slide on it. I'll go ahead and tell you.
Right.
He is Dan Wetzel, national columnist, Yahoo Sports. Go follow him on Twitter at Dan Wetzel. Thank you very much for the time, Dan. We always appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
All right, buddy. You too, Dan, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, straight from the Super Bowl in Phoenix.
Just put the turf down.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, you spend $800,000 to grow bad grass. Just put turf down, or don't go there again.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah. Part of the show brought to you by our friends at Woodhouse. Valentine's Day tomorrow. I recommended it to a friend again today, wondering what to get the wife. I said, Woodhouse Day Spa. My wife loves it.
Most of us, almost all of us, procrastinate. So there's a lot of you, I'm sure, have not picked out that perfect gift yet. For that special someone, the gift of luxury from Birmingham's Best Day Spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's Best Day Spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. Buy them online 24/7 or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. See Casey Stewart, the great staff there. Tell them the Next Round sent you.
All right, and don't forget this logo, Ghost, right here, the Ghost Energy. You heard Greg Sankey bring it up the other day. What's that Ghost? We had to tell him about how good that energy drink is. Zero sugar, gets you going every day. Go check it out wherever you get your energy drink. Our friends with Ghost Energy.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Four Downs brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Every day we do that. Every day, if you've got a question about tires, alignment, engines, whatever, our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive in their 4 great locations can fix it. It's bumper-to-bumper service.
Yeah, it is wintertime. Do not get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes a toll on car batteries, so keep your car starting strong every single time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter what the weather is. They are who we right here at the Next Round trust with our vehicles. There are locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you and ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Moving forward, more championships. Kirby Smart or Patrick Mahomes?
Ooh, that's a good one now.
That is a tough one.
Because Mahomes could play at the way he plays
10 more years.
10 to 11 more years and be really good.
And I'd be surprised if Kirby coaches 10 more years. I really would. The money he's making, the grind it is to be a college head coach right now, and the success he's had.
But how old is Kirby? He's nowhere close to 50 yet.
52, right?
Yeah, no, he's in his 40s, isn't he?
49.
48.
Kirby Smart is 47. Boy, did I age him. My bad, Kirby. He's a year older than me.
50s.
52.
Hey,
well, I mean, college football puts that age on you, buddy.
But I still think he's 10 to 15 more years. And they've got more of a stranglehold on college football than the Chiefs do.
Yeah, I'll still go Mahomes, though.
I'm going to go Kirby Smart.
I'm going to go Kirby Smart, too.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Second down.
Because there's not as much parity.
There's really not, which is so weird.
And there's no salary cap.
Okay, better coaching career, Andy Reid or Jimmy Johnson?
I'm going to say Andy Reid. He did it for a longer time. Now that he's won the championships, the world championships, you've got to give him immense amount of credit for how many times he's actually been to the conference championship game. Used to, we would make that a ding against him, but now he's cashed those in. So look how many conference championship games he's coached in.
I think he's been to 10.
Yeah, I think it is 10 now, and now he's got the 2 world championships.
And he's 4-6 in those games. I mean, that's still pretty strong.
Yeah, so I'll go Andy Reid.
I think I might too. You know what's amazing, and it worked out for Philadelphia, how they fired one of the best coaches of all time and still won a Super Bowl and went to another with 2 different coaches.
Yep.
But Jimmy Johnson won one in Miami, multiple in Miami.
I'm going to stick with Jimmy Johnson close. You know, I'm not the biggest Andy Reid fan. I don't know why. I just never have liked him as much. Like Jimmy Johnson, 3 Super Bowls, college. I don't know what it is. But he seems like a really tremendous guy and apparently doesn't mind being called fat by Terry Bradshaw, who is fat on national television.
Terry Bradshaw's gigantic. So did he really say, because I wasn't listening,
I was watching
waddle over here?
Yeah, waddle over here. Wow. And then asked him, I mean, Bradshaw was horrible in that situation, trying to, when you have so much talent like Strahan and Howie up there to go to let Terry host that part of it at this point, late in his career.
I think they feel like because we're paying him the most money.
He's our investment.
It may actually be in his contract, you know, that I got to sit where I sit, I got to talk more, I got to do this and that.
Tear that contract off.
But horrible questions, including asking Andy after he gets his initial reaction, you're going to retire soon, I would imagine. You got to be thinking about retirement. I mean, hell, this is not the place or the time.
What he should have said is, what about you?
Yeah,
exactly. One of us has lost our fastball.
yeah, I just won. When's the last time you won anything?
Third down.
Other than Family Feud.
Jerry Springer, 79. Jerry.
Oh, good career.
Jerry. Mayor of Cincinnati at one point.
Yep. More obnoxious, typical Springer guest or Jackson Mahomes?
Jackson Mahomes.
Jackson Mahomes.
Yeah. The Springer guest probably had a real job at some point.
You know, there was a minute, Springer, they just knew they were going to fight every show.
And they weren't real fights.
Yeah, it became so staged and scripted. Yeah, it was.
And that's when they had Steve. And he spun it off to Steve Wilkes.
Show. Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah, but it was always scripted, right?
Yeah, 100% it was. Yeah, they knew what the formula that worked.
Yeah. So but it's Jackson Mahomes.
Fourth down.
See, the young part of our audience will remember this, but Phil Donahue was a better Jerry Springer. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
Or I'll tell you who was the best was it
Cardi Wilson?
No. The old man. It started in New York. It was the big mouth Downey, not Robert Downey. What was his name? Morton Downey. Yeah. He was better than Phil Donahue.
Tonight on Nightline.
He was the guy that Howard Stern would call when he had cancer, and he'd say "dead man walking" or something.
Stern was a little mean back in the day.
Boy, yeah.
Next
All right, sorry, go ahead.
60 Minutes.
Are we on fourth down?
We are.
Yeah.
So a couple of birthdays here. I'm glad Rockstar's here for this one. Mike Krzyzewski, 76 today.
All right, Coach K.
Peter Gabriel, 73.
Oh, Coach K, easy. It's not even a contest.
Hey, who's the artist that?
I mean, Peter
Yeah.
Gabriel's pretty good.
awesome.
Yeah,
One of
Peter
my
Gabriel
favorites.
did some nice songs, but Coach K was best in the business.
Doesn't Greg Sankey like Peter Gabriel?
He likes Huey Lewis in the News.
Is that the only one? There wasn't
That's
one
the only
other?
one that stood out to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they both said that the other day. Okay.
Peter Gabriel's great. Did not like him in Genesis. I liked
Yeah.
him solo career. Phil
Yeah.
Collins was better in Genesis.
Yeah,
than
but
Who
me.
come on
sings
now.
Sledgehammer? Is that Peter Gabriel?
Peter Gabriel.
Yeah. Coach K
One
was
of the best mixed songs. It's a great. The Brown would like it because it's mixed very well.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Can you hear Peter Gabriel's mic?
Yeah.
I will never help you again.
I would go
Coach-
Krzyzewski.
Coach
Yeah,
K.
Coach K. That's
Coach
easy.
K.
Easy win.
Okay, so Coach K's got how many national championships? 5?
5, and then like more than 1,000 wins.
How many Grammys for Peter Gabriel?
I thought I had Coach K at 7. He doesn't have 7.
I don't think he's at 7.
I'll look Coach K when he's doing that.
But Peter Gabriel, he had Sledgehammer.
Dunaway's out.
Something about Broken Wings.
No, he did that last
In
week.
Your Eyes from Say Anything.
Mister.
In Your Eyes.
What was the Frontier song?
Games Without Games Without Frontiers, but
That's a
6
good
wins,
song.
21 nominations.
I see. About the same. Yeah.
Shock the Monkey.
Shock the Monkey.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Digging
Chase.
in the Dirt.
I thought Shock the Monkey was Aldo Nova.
No.
was
Shaking the
Peter
Tree,
Gabriel.
says Chase. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, make sure you get that vehicle in, bumper to bumper. They can handle anything you need. Remember, it is winter time, and heading to a college basketball game in Tuscaloosa or Auburn, if you have a dead battery, it's not going to get you there before your next road trip this winter. Take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do the same. Locations all across Birmingham. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Nate Oats is 220 seconds away. Stand by.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hemphill brings us best and worst of the weekend. We're about to talk to Nate Oats here momentarily. Our friends at Hemphill will help you get your plumbing, heating, and cooling correct.
Yeah, and they're offering the $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or online, hemphillservices.com.
JD says Jimmy Johnson probably gets more credit winning with the Super Bowls the Cowboys because they won back-to-back and they dethroned the 49ers. I don't take credit away from Jimmy Johnson. He won 2 Super Bowls and a college national championship. I mean, that means something.
I do. I agree.
But I do think there is some truth to what JD said there.
Nate Oats in a second. Hats off to the new folks at Yay, Alabama, the initiative, collective, however you want to describe it, on seeing a money-making opportunity for the student-athletes at Alabama. In College Game Day, this sign made it up on the broadcast, where legends are paid using the script A. So in the past, before NIL, you would think, ooh, burn. They put Alabama in their place. The Yay Alabama folks say, oh, no, let's turn that into a T-shirt. Yes, Yay Alabama, the NIL, where legends are paid.
I mean, that is pretty good.
That's a great
pretty good.
Yeah, so they, now with your NIL, you can get the legends paid there. So the T-shirt is for sale at the Yay Alabama folks there. If you missed it earlier, Alabama's now the #1 team in the country, and they have, as this schedule goes, a challenging game coming up Wednesday night in Knoxville. But Alabama is #1. They have equaled the best start in program history. If they win Wednesday up in Knoxville, it'll be the best start in program history after a big win down at Auburn this weekend.
All right, let's talk to the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Nate Oats is with us, and he joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Coach, I see that you are muted there. Stephen is going to have to unmute you, or you can. Either way, we want to be able to hear, Coach. There we go. We're good to go. For the You're On Now, Coach, congrats on the win. For the first time since you've been the coach at Alabama, the first time in quite a while, you find your team at #1 in the country in both polls. Your reaction to that is what?
I mean, it's great recognition for our guys. They've worked hard. They've put themselves in a good spot where people in the country recognize that we're one of the better teams, one of the better programs in the country right now. I think it speaks to the job we've done recruiting, speaks to the job the players have done staying locked in. You know, we've got a bunch of kids with really good attitudes that really just care about the team. And, you know, that's how you get guys to step up. Different games, different guys step up. You know, Rylan Griffin had not played as much, I'm sure, as he would have liked as a freshman at times, but his attitude was never bad. It was great. He's always been about the team. You know, people kind of commented the one down at LSU when he told me to keep JQ in and pull him out. And, you know, he kind of gets rewarded. In one of our biggest rivalry games, he ends up with 16. So I just think different guys step up different games. It speaks to the character of the guys on this team. But it's nice to be one. It really doesn't mean anything, no. Like, it doesn't help you win an SEC championship. It doesn't it's recognition. That's it. I guess, you know, Coach Saban says it's rat poison, but we got to keep our guys locked in. The real task at hand today is how do we prepare for Tennessee, who's going to be more than ready to go after losing 2 games on buzzer beaters. I mean, it's going to be, we're probably going to get the best version of Tennessee that anybody's gotten all year after those 2 losses they've had now.
You know, you mentioned being #1 might not mean anything at this point, but if you were the #1 overall seed, I know you don't want to jump ahead there, and we went back and looked, and the last couple of #1 overall seeds, Gonzaga, it didn't work out for them, but there's something to having the #1 overall seed, right?
No, there is. I mean, theoretically, you get the easiest path to the Final Four if you're the #1 overall seed. So, you know, making a run in the tournament, that having the #1 overall seed definitely helps with that. So that there's meaning to that. The AP and coaches poll is a recognition deal, and it's nice to use in recruiting. It's nice to use with your fan base. You know, the fans should be proud of team that we put on the floor. They should be proud of our guys. They should be supporting our guys at a high level. That stuff's all great. But as far as being rated number one, having to do with beating Tennessee, nothing.
Yeah. Now, I noticed you used the Nick Saban rat poison comment, but you also used Nick Saban hands there. Number one really means nothing. You used the hand gesture, too. You've got your Nick Saban isms down really well at this point in the season. I did a bad job of asking you in the postgame on Saturday, so let me try to rephrase this. After you've watched the tape now of what Auburn tried to do defensively, what did you like about how you and your team adjusted to what they were taking away? Because you guys were tremendous at scoring the 2-point goal instead of the 3-point goal.
Yeah, I didn't realize at the time we shot 83% at the rim. So they and we missed our first 2 layups, so we were 20 of 22 after that at the rim. So, if teams, we obviously shoot a lot of threes. People know that. We've got SEC records for threes made in games, and we've had multiple games. We've hit 20 plus since we've been here. So teams will try to take away the three. I mean, that'd be smart, since we shoot so many. But with the way we spread the floor, it opens up downhill drives to the rim, and we shot 83% with Charles playing a lot of minutes. Where, in the past when you've got a stretch 5, if you play Clowney at the 5 or Gurley and you can get the 5 away from the rim, I think you can finish even better at the rim. So we'll see. Maybe Tennessee will try to. I mean, shoot, you got to have size with Tennessee. Like you need everybody you can get against Tennessee. So we're just like we'll be happy with a 1-point win down there in Tennessee at this point. But yeah, I mean, if they try to take away threes, we can obviously get to the rim. You try to take away our drives, I think it opens up the 3. Teams will try to make us shoot mid-range. We were 2 for 3 on mid-range Saturday. So I know part of their game plan was takeaways as threes, take away the layups, force us to shoot mid-range 2s. We took 3 and made 2 Saturday. So it's with the way we space and everything, it's really hard to force us to take those.
Was Jim's question better the second go around there than it was on Saturday? Did you think, Coach?
I'll do a lot better with things in life the second time around.
That is a great point.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Thank
very
you.
deep.
Yeah.
Coach Nate Oats with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So a lot of our audience has made a big deal out of Ryland Griffin swapping over to Wendell Green at the end of that game and kind of the defensive impact he had. Do we make too much of that? I mean, was that an in-game strategy by you? Obviously, how big was his defense on Green there in the end of the game?
I thought it was huge. I mean, he was coming off the ball screens, pulling up for 3. Our smaller guards were having a hard time challenging those because, they just weren't big enough. So we really didn't care if he beat us because we were just going to send him down to Charles at the rim anyways. And we didn't feel like he could, he had the one tough finish in there, but we didn't feel like he could finish on size at the rim. So we really didn't care if he got beat. So, Ryland sometimes struggles with a quicker guard in front of him, but we were okay with him getting beat as long as he didn't get the threes off on him. So, you saw him on the one, he shot the step back 3. Green didn't want to go downhill and try to finish on Charles either. So when you put a little size, you get a 6'6" wing on him and try to make him shoot over that. I thought it helped a little bit. So, it gives us another option to go to on the perimeter. I thought Sears played really hard, played great, but Jaden Bradley's a great defender. Those 2 guys had most of the reps on them, but, we can put a guy like Namari Burnett with a 6'9" wingspan or Ryland Griffin at 6'6" with a long wingspan. You got options like that. Shoot, you can even put Brandon Miller on some of those guards if you want. So we've got some versatility on the defensive end. Ryland showed up and played well for us down the stretch.
I try to drink 100 ounces of water a day. I rarely get there. I'm going to assume you break 100 ounces every day.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a goal you shoot for?
No, listen, I've got these bottles during the game, and they start me with like 4 or 6, and usually I'm done with that by halftime, and then I keep asking them where they are. I just keep throwing the empty ones under the chair, and where the next ones. When you yell a lot, you gotta keep water.
I get
going
it. How often do you go to the bathroom though?
That's a very personal question, Coach.
That is. I mean,
we've known you long enough.
Before the game, you get a quick bathroom break at halftime, and then you go right after the game.
Yeah.
And then when you get home off the bus ride, you go again, and then you're good.
Yeah.
But no, 100 ounces is what's the rule? Like, aren't you supposed to cut your weight in half and then drink that in ounces? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
You're 200 pounds. Is that what you are?
Yeah.
That's a personal question too.
That's very personal. That's absolutely.
But you're just not supposed to ask women that. You're all right to ask men.
Right. And don't ask a woman like Rihanna if she's pregnant, because they could be dangerous.
She is, by the way.
Yeah, we did get that.
By the way, when you get to be my age, Nate, you go every media timeout. So. Hey, when you're, and you may not want to answer this, but when you're working,
we just asked about how often he went to the bathroom.
When you're working the officials, like, I won't name names, but there was one official that seemed like you and Bruce both thought was doing a horrible job Saturday. Do you talk to the other officials about one of the officials? Hey, can you tell Joe over there or Johnny over there that maybe he's missing this occasionally, so that during their timeouts they can try to work on the C official, the lesser official? Do you try to help coach them up a little bit?
Well, yeah, you do ask, and I mean, typically they're like, "That wasn't my call." Yeah, but you're all working as a group. Would be nice if we could get on the same page here. If we're going to call it like that here, could you give us the same call on the other end? But no, I mean, you kind of have to, like, right? Because they're supposed to be a team too, and a lot of the guys that make the calls that don't want to talk to you find themselves on the other side of the court. So you're left with no options other than to talk to their teammates. But officials are going to miss calls. It is what it is. I mean, they miss some in favor of us. They miss some against us. Sometimes I get a little too worked up. But
it's a dance, right? You're trying to work to maybe a close call goes your way, right? It's both coaches are yinging and yanging a little bit, right? Pushing and shoving.
Yeah, and I think if you go too far, then all the calls go the other way. Like, I've been in that spot. Like, but if you got to let them know when you're a little upset. But I tell our players, just focus on what you can control. I do think we have about, a 0.0001% influence on the refs. Maybe. I think you can actually influence the refs the opposite way more than you can influence them for you. Like, so I keep telling myself that. I'm not very good at it yet, though. Eventually I'll listen to myself.
Speaking of officials, I mean, pretty big call yesterday in the Chiefs' 38-35 win against the Eagles. How difficult would it be as a head coach when you get to the pinnacle of your sport, and Nick Sirianni's got his Eagles, holding Kansas City to possibly a field goal, and then still an opportunity, ball in hand, to either tie or win that game?
I mean, yeah, it's tough. I mean, you go back to our UCLA game. I mean, if they call the charge that Herb took, that was 100% a charge. We're in the Elite Eight. So it happens in sports. I mean, Herb takes a charge. Pac-12 ref decides not to call a charge right in front of him, and we go to we lose the game in overtime. So I mean, it happens. Officiating is part of the deal. They're not going to be perfect, but I thought the Eagles handled that pretty well. Even who was the player that got called for the wall?
James Bradbury. James Bradbury. He's from Birmingham, Coach.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he played at Pleasant Grove High School and then played his college ball at Sanford. So he's a local kid.
Wow, that's super cool, actually. Sirianni's from Jamestown, New York, where Coach Hodgson, my assistant's from.
I did not know that. Wow, how about they know each other?
I don't think so. But I told Brian he's the second most famous person from Jamestown, New York.
I love the way you ride your guys.
All right, Alabama plays Tennessee. Number 1 Alabama, number 10 Tennessee. Wednesday night, 6 o'clock, ESPN2. Best of luck in that game, Coach. We always appreciate your time.
Appreciate you guys. Roll Tide.
All right, take care. That is Nate Oats, the Alabama basketball coach, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
The guy pulls no punches. Like, in the tunnel, I'm walking to leave the arena, and he's coming out of the shower dressed in casual clothes to get on the bus for the bus ride back. And he's like, "Oh, you showed up for a game." I was like, "I've been to like 8 this year." He's like, "Yeah, it's the first time I've seen you."
Which killed Dunaway, by the way. That's the worst thing you could have said to you.
Dude,
he didn't call you John, did he?
No, he didn't.
That would have been great.
He didn't.
Hey, Deverly?
But I was talking to Steven afterwards, and I talked to Steven about the
Stephen Pearl?
Yeah, Stephen Pearl.
Yeah. The main topic of conversation, the
Vizslas. Yeah. What'd Steven say?
I was down there, and I said, "You're not going to believe this." I said, "But Lance isn't making it up." When we talked to you on the show about the Vizslas, he 100% feeds it after a big Rams win, Wagyu steak. And he had a couple from New York that had their Vizslas down, had brought their Vizsla down. And he's like, "Hey, come here. This is the show I go on." And the guy he does the show with has a Vizsla, feeds him Wagyu after the Rams win. And they're like going crazy. So I enhanced the story a little bit. I said, LT gets a Wagyu steak. Lady Bird, the Vizsla, gets a Wagyu steak. the girlfriend / roommate gets a normal prime ribeye.
Prime cut.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you exaggerated that.
Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio.
Hey, one of the first calls we made were to Blake and the guys at Simpio because they handle all the BS nobody else wants to. They are going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get on average. Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. That being said, in over 4 years of business now, Simpio has got that 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, this Valentine's Day, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers. Choose from a menu of over 70 options. Buy online 24/7 or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Let's see. Dr. Steven, I still think Purdue is the most complete team in the country, but March Madness will sort it out. See, I feel just the opposite, Dr. Steven. They don't feel complete to me. They have arguably the best player in the country who is just a misfit to guard. Even in the loss yesterday, I think he's like 29 and 12 and 80, but outside of that, though, the other 4 guys on the floor, I don't think match up with the top 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams in the country. So, I mean, I don't think I'll have them in my Final Four. I want to see the bracket, but I don't think I'll have Purdue in my Final Four.
Well, they are 9-3 in Quad 1. Only team that is better than that is Kansas at 11-5. Texas is 9-5. Those Big 12 teams play a ton of Quad 1 games.
They do.
It's almost every night in the Big 12.
I mean, but look at it. I mean, West Virginia and Texas Tech are, they're way down in the standings, but I bet both of them are Quad 1, or at least West Virginia is.
West Virginia's 25th. That's a Quad 1 win no matter where you play them.
And Texas Tech's at Texas. So that's interesting. You can, if you missed our Nate Oats interview, podcast it everywhere. Mike Rodak, great guy over at AL.com, has already written a story about what Nate's saying about Alabama being number 1 in the country, and that's where they are. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and then we'll start winding down here on the final segment of the show, and we'll say our goodbyes to Rockstar.
Oh, no, I'm going to cry, man.
Oh.
Gonna cry.
Forever and ever.
Yes, Rockstar not leaving the show if you're just joining us.
Yeah. Do we have the montage ready to go? Catch Ends, where's the montage?
Seriously, 15 minutes.
Hey, Nichols Outfitters, I'm told the deer season's over, Rockstar. I don't know. I think it's the turkey season now. You get them with the bows out there. But deer season has not ended at Nichols Outfitters. You can still get up to 50% off all deer hunting accessories, deer calls, scents, attractants now through the end of February at Nichols Outfitters. Largest firearm showroom in the state, most knowledgeable staff when it comes to outdoors lifestyle, and up to 50% off deer hunting accessories now through the end of February at Nichols Outfitters. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors. I wanted to ask Lance, did you cry at the dog commercial? You said you didn't get to see commercials. They had that dog commercial.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I wondered if you cried. I don't know who the commercial was for, but
well, what happened?
Does
the dog survive?
Yeah, some dog, and he was like tearing crap up, and they thought they were going to put him in a kennel, and they show up with the kennel, but the kennel's actually got a puppy in it that was his friend, and then the dog
It made him act better at that point.
Yeah, they were sleeping together there at the end.
Oh.
I couldn't hear it. I thought you might tear
her
up.
I was at LT's. I couldn't hear it, but it looked like a commercial I'd like.
Don't really know what the sponsor was, but they got him a new dog.
That's what happens in a lot of these Super Bowl commercials. You'll watch a commercial, and then after you're like, I don't even know what they were promoting.
Well, the one about Jesus was and my wife was watching the game at the time with me, and she was like, "Man, these are some raw
Deep
photos."
Well, and that's what I said, and that's when I did point out, I was like, hell, can you imagine if you get in a bar fight and they've got you on a Super Bowl commercial?
I know.
How did they clear that?
Like it was
talking
almost
about
the hate?
Yeah, the one I can't remember the website.
It's a whole campaign.
It's a $1 billion campaign about
Jesus knows us.
Jesus knows us. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it basically
All
I don't
of
know
us.
who's
Well,
behind
Jesus
it.
doesn't know the next round. If they've got $1 billion campaign, we'll take some of those dollars.
Jesus
Well,
know
love to
us.
hear those live reads.
Let me tell you about Jesus.
Rockstar, I'm told Jesus.
We're going to get to that Alabama poll question in a minute.
no,
But first, Bron's going to tell you a little bit about Jesus.
I'd love to, Rockstar.
I've seen the commercials before the one, and it's really good. Like, Jesus knows. It talks about immigration, people that were run out of their country. Yeah, and different scenarios that go back to biblical stories in today's times that are living out.
Right. I don't know who's behind those commercials. It's a huge campaign. They've been on for a long time. I said billion. It may not be billion, but I know it's $100 million campaign at least. It's a bit of an overstatement by me. I don't know who's behind them. I don't know what their theological beliefs are, but I do like the message of their commercials. I mean, I think it's a great message.
But even if you put yourself in that situation, how pissed would you be if you were in those commercials?
I would be very upset. Like, it's almost like they were staged. There were such good photos. It's like they had to be staged.
Like
but
a
I don't
black
think
and
you can
white
stage
of Republicans yelling at liberals, liberals yelling at Republicans.
Yeah.
I don't think they
police
were
yelling.
staged, though.
No, I don't think they were, but I'm saying they were such good photos. It's almost like they were staged, but
Yeah.
I think they were real life. And I do think it's a really good message. As a believer, I am a Christian myself, and I believe the message they're sending. I don't know everything about the organization that's behind it, so I'm not going to endorse them, but I do like the message.
Yeah, I have too. I've shown them to Maggie before. You can find them on YouTube if you'd like to go check them all out. Breaking Bad Popcorners was a great commercial.
Oh, that was a good commercial. And it had Tuco back in it.
Tuco was great. I
Yeah.
mean, that guy yells nonstop.
And we've got 6 flavors. I want 7 flavors.
It's so good. Okay. We do not eat our product. Mr. White, you got to try these. That was a really good commercial.
It was. They all looked the same age. They did a good job of aging them back.
Is Lunsford back there? Because no, he's not.
He's not.
Yeah, because they had a Guardians of the Galaxy commercial. It's the best roller coaster I've ever been on. I've not watched any of the movies. I don't know if I would like the movies or not. Have you watched them?
Yeah, I have.
Would I?
Oh, it's a lot of humor in it.
Okay.
I didn't like. And I like Chris Pratt.
I like Chris Pratt, and I think Bradley Cooper's involved, who I like.
I think the Marvel universe is a lot better than DC. And I just didn't like it. I watched the first one. I was like, I am out.
No, of all the Marvels, it's my favorite.
Okay, well, I may have to go back and watch that.
It's got a great soundtrack, 80s soundtrack, because his mom has died and she left him a cassette recorder. So even though he's in the future, he's still playing cassette tapes on his Walkman.
Yeah.
So you always get a good soundtrack.
Yeah. That's part of the ride at Epcot is the soundtrack. There's a different song every time.
I would imagine.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, so it's my favorite of all of those.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I thought the commercials overall, though, were just
You already told us about Nichols?
I have, Jim.
Okay.
I've done Nichols.
So here's our final thought today.
Tell them about Jesus.
Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is in rare territory. 2 Super Bowl wins and 2 Super Bowl MVPs. There's only a short list of people that have that. Bart Starr, Terry Bradshaw, Joe Montana, Tom Brady, Eli Manning, and Patrick Mahomes. So those are the only 6 people that have got 2 Super Bowl wins and 2 Super Bowl MVPs in their career. Those 6.
Well, as we said earlier today, I mean, if Pat Mahomes decided to never pick up football again, he's a Hall of Famer.
Easy Hall of Famer.
So those quarterbacks, who would you take first overall in their prime?
Okay, again.
Give me the list.
Oh,
So
write
I'm
them
drafting
down.
in their prime for my franchise.
Starr, Bradshaw, Montana, Brady, Eli Manning, Patrick Mahomes.
I think I go Brady, Mahomes, Montana.
Yeah.
I think that's the way I would go too.
I think that's the order.
And then probably I'd go Starr, though I don't know how he'd translate
It's
to
just
modern
such
football.
a different game back then.
Yeah.
Bradshaw, I didn't get to watch Bradshaw, but I mean, everything I've always heard about him is he just threw it up and let Lynn Swann and John Stallworth go get it and bail him out. Is that?
Yeah.
I mean, is that
A lot
fairly
of it.
accurate?
A lot
Yeah.
of it. Now he was better, and I would put Eli Manning last.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but he's a 2-time Super Bowl winner and 2-time Super Bowl MVP.
Last behind Bradshaw.
Yeah,
Huh?
but Eli's in that category. Peyton is not.
But I mean, is that an accurate representation of Bradshaw with the Steelers? Is that?
I know. I mean,
he
he
was pretty good.
He's better with that. I mean, 4-time Super Bowl
Yeah,
champion.
he was kind of a Troy Aikman, is what I would say.
A lot of stars around him.
But still a good quarterback.
I mean,
really
they
good quarterback.
had the steel curtain defense, so obviously their defense was dominant. You ran the ball much more back then, and Franco Harris was an important part of that.
And
obviously.
Rocky Bleier, both
And
of
Rocky
them.
Bleier, yeah.
You know, he will be remembered, though, for the broadcasting career more than play.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
And I wonder if Aikman will ever get to that point, as good as he is.
Not more
Maybe.
than his football career.
I don't
think
know.
so.
And I think after Bradshaw dies, it'll go back to him being more football.
You know,
Terry is fine today. I should just point that out.
No, he is. I saw an interview with him, though. He was interviewed because they did a lot of media out there, and he was asked about this because he's reportedly not a smart person, that he's dumb.
Well, that was what they called him back in the 70s.
Right.
His head coach would say that he's not the brightest guy.
Yeah, and he was asked, and he's like, look, I've made a lot of money leaning into that, but yeah, it bothers me. I found it an interesting answer that he accepts the fact that he has kind of embraced it, and because if you watch that show, he comes across as kind of a dummy, and they almost make fun of him from doing that.
Yeah, like our show. I played the dummy, but I'm actually Mensa.
But I think
I couldn't spell Mensa, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but he has said, you know, look, I've made a lot of money off leaning into me being dumb, but it does bother me. Yeah, it bothers me. I'm not that dumb.
Yeah. No, he and Chuck Noll did not get along.
Did they not really?
Yeah,
Boy,
did not
they
get along.
succeeded a lot for not getting along.
Yeah. The NFL Network, what is it? It's a series they run, Beyond the Game, something. I can't remember. They do it all the stars. That one's one of my favorites, the Terry Bradshaw one.
Troy and Jimmy got along. It was Jimmy couldn't get along with Jerry Jones, right? That's what
right.
ran Jimmy out of Dallas. He couldn't get along with Jerry Jones.
Yeah. Just an interesting weekend, always Super Bowl. And, you know, throw in that Alabama and Auburn played this weekend. And Rockstar did a show on Friday night. It was all fantastic. Rocky, man, the final 60 seconds here until mid-March. What do you got for me, man? Say something great.
Well, I want to tell Brown about
your mic's not good, man. I can't hear you. Yeah.
All I do is trying to help, man. Just trying to help.
I'm just confused. It sounded perfectly, Mitch.
Yeah, because you were sitting up front, Jim, and I was in the back, not next to the sound booth. But I'll never help again. Don't worry.
I know.
Yeah.
But y'all have fun.
I just don't understand the rage.
I will be here in spirit. I will be here on the Zoom and all that stuff. I will give y'all constant updates as much as I can.
You know, when you're on the road, Rockstar, our app runs. In fact, we're about to start a new one here in a second. It runs nonstop on the app. You can put your headbuds in and listen to the show while you're on the bus.
Hydrate and pace yourself.
That's right.
I do every day.
Yeah.
Every
Just
day.
kill the tequila shots and don't pace yourself.
You know we love you, right?
Yep.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
We love you, man. We'll see you in mid-March.
I'll see you guys in mid-March. Love you guys.
You know what I say, Rockstar? Until next time, what?
Hit them straight.
God bless you. God bless America.